That sounds like you're saying Jews.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
You're a dishonest cunt! God-awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
Is very obviously gay. I look at him, I'm like, well, you're gay.
Oh, no! Oh, jeez!
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. I'm excited about today. We've got a fun show planned. Thank God people know my email. You know, it's nice that people know my email and friends can drop by and send me stuff every once in a while. Oh my God. I don't want to make anybody live in suspense. I don't want it, mostly because it's uncomfortable. I don't want to make anybody, wonder too long or anything like that. Let's just get this out of the way quickly because I don't want to build up to it. And it's not worth like a long period of time. In fact, I would have never known who this person is had they not actively tried like shitloads of gay ops against me when I was going through my legal stuff. And then if they wouldn't have tried to discover and dox our donors. This is, I'm talking about Kimberly Nicholson. She is a big Steel Toe fan, but not in the way that, you might be a big Steel Toe fan. It's more like a weird elementary school crush / Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison style obsession. Well, somebody, and people on the internet scare the shit out of me for this reason. Somebody, and I don't think it's the person that sent me the email. Let's just call him Mr. Plastic. I don't think he did this. I think he sent me this from somewhere else because it looks like a lot of copy and pasting from something else. But he sent me an email about Kim Nicholson. Now, I think one good turn deserves another. I think if you want to be in the public eye and you want to be confrontational and you want to be, you want to discover things about other people, I think it's only fair that you put who you are out there. I think that's only fair. To do it any other way, total chicken shit. Like, I think that Moody guy, he's put it out there that he's a Nepo baby of his dad and his uncle. His dad and his uncle run a company, and they let him run like some little side project sort of deal, one of their loss leader tax write-off things. He's told people that, right? He's been very clear that he's accomplished nothing on his own, and he's a total Nepo baby. What's the company called? Omeo or something like that? Yeah, they just basically gave their retarded, couldn't make it on their own zoo animal kid a little side project that if he fucks up, it's okay because it works out for taxes. Oh, he didn't tell you that? He wasn't honest about that. Can't believe that. I mean, the guy preaches honesty so much. It's remarkable that he didn't tell you that. Well, anyway, nepotism seems to be big in that part of the world. This Kim Nicholson, I thought I'd check in on her. And this email I got, not only is she a terrible judge of character, but it also kind of shows what the toe does to you. I kind of rot people from the inside out. I kind of corrupt them and poison them. So Kim hates me so much that the people she simps for are like people who want to have sex with kids and people who, let their kids do drugs. Now, the drugs thing is interesting because that's explained away in this email I got. So apparently Kim Nicholson is a multi-time felon who's a literal meth whore. Kim is a literal meth prostitute. Remember when we were making jokes about her not too long ago? Oh, she abandons her kids too. She abandons her kids, runs off, does meth, and engages in prostitution. She's got a rap sheet as long as your arm. It's amazing. All these people who hate me, who have never met me, who don't know me, they always want to point to he committed a misdemeanor. He committed a misdemeanor, this guy, and he spent less than a week in jail. What a terrible guy. What a monster. Well, you know what? I take care of my kids. I'm a good father, as many as my other flaws may be. I don't run off to one state and then almost pretty much get as close to leaving the country as you can possibly get. I won't say where. You're welcome. Although I know. And then do meth and prostitute myself and go to jail for it. A multiple-time convicted felon. Let's take a look here. We have a couple of... There we go. Take a look at that rap sheet. Oh, my God. Soliciting prostitution, loitering for prostitution, soliciting prostitution, burglary with intent to commit felony forgery. So she's a liar. She's dishonest. This is a character issue. Burglary with intent to commit felony forgery, loitering for prostitution, solicit lewd lascivious acts, petty larceny, unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia. Loitering for prostitution, possession of methamphetamine. Oh, no. So a few felonies in there as well. Possession of methamphetamine, unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia, and then an active felony. Now, this is interesting. Felony denied. What's felony active mean? That's interesting. You might need to make some phone calls on that. Possession of methamphetamine. Wow, and apparently there's another page. I mean, there's a whole, I don't think we need to go to the next page to find out what she's done. Oh, wait, we can, though. Hold on a minute. More soliciting prostitution, loitering, soliciting, and these are all over the course of like 10 years. Over the course of 10 years. So while I made a mistake and I did some terrible things in my day, this Kim Nicholson has a 10-year history of drugging herself and whoring herself. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to go ahead and take any moral, outrage, especially when it's phony. I'm not going to take any moral judgment from a literal meth whore. Essentially, when you think of Kim Nicholson, think of Wendy from Breaking Bad. Wendy from Breaking Bad is better looking. Think of Pat Dixon's teeth with Wendy from Breaking Bad. I think that would be about the perfect explanation. By the way, using your boss's office to stream from? Nished, Kimmy. Nished. Now, what I love about this is we've spent about 5 minutes on this, and now we'll wrap and we'll talk about everything today. But now you guys have something to have some fun with Kimmy the meth whore, our meth whore mascot. And now Kimmy will probably cope about it all day. All week, maybe. I don't know. I just want to let you know, Kimmy, you are in good hands over there because literally everyone we find out about in that audience has like a felony record, and not just a felony record, Like disgusting shit. Being a dog shit fucking parent, being a meth slob hooker, literally. I wish that's not even me insulting anyone. That's just a literal meth slob hooker and terrible parent. And it all kind of comes full circle, whether it's like Scott Richard Staska, Kim, whatever. It does seem to be like they've never met me before, but the feelings they have for me are so personal. And I think what it is, it's their own demons, and they project them onto me. I was supposed to do far worse. I wasn't supposed to learn my lesson, move on, become a better person. That doesn't fit their narrative. And now I understand where all the personal investment comes from. They're all like long list of fuck up. Like they're bottom of the barrel, like flying a shit heap pieces of garbage. And I was going to be the only thing that made them feel better about it. Well, sorry, Kim, but I don't have to be balls deep in someone's lap for a meth rock or crystal or whatever the fuck you did it for in order to realize, boy, I better pull the nose of the plane up here. You know, I didn't have to start doing meth and blowing guys in a parking lot before I realized, what would my children think of me? And I'm sure at this point they don't. I don't want you to worry that they're disappointed that their mom's a meth whore. They probably don't think about you. Just like you probably don't think about them, more than likely. This person writing in, Aaron, we get it. She's a prostitute. Get to what's important. Does she have that? And then it's the mega mind. Oh, a big forehead. I get it. I don't know. The only thing worse than a meth whore is a 60-year-old meth whore. So thank you to whoever sent me that. And guys, if she ever tries to dox you the only reason I took this email and the only reason I made it public is because I had multiple listeners coming to me and saying she's trying to figure out my identity. She's trying to get me. She's so worried about your show not going away that anyone who donates money, she wants to find out who they are. Oh, you know what it is? I get it. She's looking for you guys because you have money and she might be out of meth. And at 60-some years old, she's probably got no teeth. What that mouth do? She might be looking for clients. That might be what she's doing. I might be hurting business. Oh, shit. Well, I didn't want to take food or meth out of her mouth. Jesus, I'm sorry, Kim. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, this person's a literal meth whore, so you're telling us you like her now. Well, he who is without sin. Numero uno says, hey, Kiwi Farms, can you dox how big her forehead is? Aaron's almost there. People in the chat just putting laughing face emojis. Holy shit, crackhead, she can be fixed. Damn, bish. Los Federales says, where does she live? Just asking for a friend. See, I'm not even going to give out that part. Now, the meth whore part is the juiciest part, but there's a lot of other shit in there that I'm gonna hold on to for now. Main Vein with $1 says, good morning, Aaron. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank Bad Bunny's core last night? We're going to talk about both shows. They were both really entertaining, and neither of them for being good. Neither of them for being good. They're saying, Kim, not a good look. Someone's been busy. Aw. Coltrane says, is this the cunt trying to dox listeners? Yes. Mikey's like, oh, are you doxing a hater? No. This is a person that my audience came to and said she's trying to find out who I am and all this other shit and put it online. And I'm like, don't worry, buddy. I got you. And then I got that email and I was like, well, this will do perfectly. This will do wondrously. Cockdiff says, I could fix her. Scarlett, too. No, just, you know what? One mistake at a time, all right? One mistake at a time. Oh no, someone calling Lil Meth Head Kim. That kind of works. Los Federales with $1 Says, have an idea to increase viewership. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, what if you were to do a stream for us while in the middle of your skincare routine, like, say, with a charcoal face mask? Oh, my God, that's a great idea. Charcoal face mask. That won't offend anybody. That's just, like you said, good skincare routines. Damn, you're smart. Miss Tay gifting a membership to Mikey Two Milks, gifting another one to Coltrane. Why don't you boys pass those along? And what a nice little start to today's show. Thank you very much. Ham for Mod says, are you bulking up? Fuck you. By the way, speaking of being a heavy boy, did any of you see that picture? Oh, man, that guy's going to be dead in a decade. I'm sorry. If I were him, I would not go to the doctor. Because, you know, like when people have cancer, but they seem fine, then they go to the doctor for a checkup, and the doctor's like, yeah, you got stage 4 cancer. You're going to be dead in 6 months. You're like, oh, my God, I felt. And then you start getting sick. That if I were Patrick, I wouldn't go to the doctor because he's going to find out that it's irreversible heart blockage at this point. And it's either like emergency quadruple bypass surgery or we'll just make you comfortable for as long as you've got left. Because all seriousness, that ain't going to last too long in the grand. Thank God he never had children or doesn't really leave a legacy of any kind and his bloodline dies with him because, oof, that's just tragic. And now you see where the making fun of people's looks comes from and having an audience full of meth whores and bottom feeders. It's because they all go there to cope. Not about the internet, not about any of that, but about life. Life has left them high and dry, including the host. And the only way they can cope about it is to look at people and go, dude, no, there's something wrong with them. Hey, whatever you got to do to keep that mirror away from yourself. I understand. Joey Caravello with $2 says Johnny is too busy tweaking his nipples while staring at a picture of Tommy Wiseau. Well, you know, everybody has their thing. We're going to talk about Johnny in just a little bit. We got some information for you. Coltrane gifting a membership to Ham for Mod. Sounds like a fair trade, actually. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, so now we're off to, there we go. Thanks, guys. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says there's a fake lawyer somewhere cleaning a mess off his screen after reading that rap sheet, right? Prostitution and methamphetamine. So that's like him getting a girl. That is him getting like a Kim Nicholson is like him getting a toy with batteries included. I mean, you don't even have to give them the drugs. The drugs are right there. She already comes with her own pack, and if she runs out of them, she's willing to act. You know, maybe we shouldn't criticize Kim. She's really just a go-getter. That's all. I mean, she has a problem. She doesn't go and, you know, wait for something to come along. She's proactive. She sucked that dick to get that more meth. I mean, why quit when your mouth works? Am I right, sweetheart? Ham for Mod says Mod Ham. Is that your gimmick? You come in and you want... I respect it. I respect it. Veldrain with $1 says old meth addicts are the unicorns of white trash. Right? She should be proud of herself that she hasn't croaked out from all the meth and blowing. I mean, AIDS, hepatitis. I'm not saying she doesn't have them. I'm saying they haven't got her yet. Good for her. Again, this isn't going to be like a half-hour attack on someone, even though I'd love for it to be. I just wanted to make fun of her a little bit. That way, the more she loses her mind about it today, the more it's like, hey, calm down. Aaron was having some fun. He was being nice. I mean, I'd say I'm a lot nicer to you than you've ever been to me. And by the way, now we know where your pain and anger for me comes from. Look, it ain't going to give you back those golden years with your children that you missed, all right? I learned very early on, in about 3 or 4 months, that having kids... and then, you know, the drug scene, it doesn't mix. You took about a decade and a half. You took your own sweet time. And in that sweet time, you know, the one thing you did right was you abandoned your children to go be a meth whore. I think that's the only solid thing you did. You didn't include them in it, which is good. $1 from Los Federales says, so is the old kidnapped geezer dead? The family paid the ransom yesterday. We're going to get to that, too. I don't know what's going on with this Savannah Guthrie and her mom thing. They're not telling us something. Obviously, I mean, they can't tell us everything. But it's just, I mean, usually don't we have an explanation why? I mean, you kidnapped some Today Show lady's mom? I don't know. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, speaking of pathetic, Gino Bisconti debasing himself and co-hosting with Stuttering John. What a failed career. What's wrong with doing a show with Stuttering John? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm outside that world so I can see it. Maybe some of you can't see it. They're all just as disgusting and failed as each other. John just had a career at one point. Like, John was on the greatest late night talk show of all time and the greatest radio show of all time. Now he's just as pathetic as all those guys who watch each other. If you're watching a grown man to make your money, you're a bitch. That's all there is to it. Me So Horny says, I'm betting Guthrie was killed by somebody on the Epstein list. Coltrane says $6 million in Bitcoin. They aren't getting the money back or their mom. Although $6 million in Bitcoin is a really good idea from the kidnapper guys, because Bitcoin has really been going to shit lately, so they're buying low. It's investment strategy and whatnot. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny blocked me for making jokes about the old broad, saying she was at the bottom of the ocean with a pounded hiney. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Johnny will not be here today. For those of you who, I hate how much those kind of segments get me like excited and ready to go for the rest of the show. Like, I'm pumped and I'm excited. It's just after you bury these people to then be able to kind of stomp them in and pack the dirt a little bit, and then to watch people like Mikey, who clearly has sympathy for these people, just to watch him kind of squirm too. I kind of like it. Approachable says, exactly, and just as pathetic as someone who claims to be above it all, but continually tries to be involved with it. I'm moving on. I just wanted to go ahead and roast some people real quick, like I've done for the last 10 years. Los Federales with $1 says, Kim is not a bad mother, Aaron. She sucks cock for milk to feed her babies. Oh, well, she's got to stop swallowing the milk. But then again, if you don't swallow the milk, you don't get the meth. God, it's one of nature's cruel catch-22s. I got some news about Johnny today. Johnny will not be here today. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, is Johnny too tired from gooning with autistics he'll never meet? No, Johnny had a sudden loss in his family. I'm not going to say any more than that. The rest of it's up for him to say. He called me very distraught yesterday. He was upset. Naturally, I think any of us would be. And he had a death in his family. And he was saying that, Mikey, I get it. You cope your own way, buddy. I'm doing what I've always done. Remember Natalie? Mikey didn't have a problem with Natalie. Okay, bud. Mikey, it's okay. Like, my tastes change too. Like, you're not going to hurt my feelings if you go, oh, my taste changed and you're just not in anymore. That's fine. But I'm still, still doing the fucking Steel Toe show over here, Mike. So, look. Johnny had a little issue. He's got a family emergency, and he was saying, oh, I can be good by Wednesday. I said, don't worry about it at all. Don't worry about being back by Wednesday. If I need somebody, Oz can drive out here. So basically, I told Johnny, take as much time as you need. Don't worry. We'll pay you, all of that stuff. Just you and your family get through your thing, and you come back whenever you're ready. I said, whether it's days, whether it's weeks, whether it's months, don't worry about it. So prayers for Johnny and his family, if you will. He's going through it, and I don't wish it on anybody, the poor guy. All right. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, well, shit, lead with that. Now I look like an asshole because dude can't meet a real woman. You're the one who decided to be a dick first. Maybe this is a good lesson for you in life where you could go, oh, why don't I approach each thing with like curiosity or kindness or empathy or whatever. I don't know. Why don't you try it's not my fault that you went, let's analyze this for a minute. Your position was that he masturbated far too vigorously over Digger. It put him in such a jack-off coma that he's not going to be able to wake up for the show today. And not only that, he knew it in advance and called me and told me that he's going to be blasting his dick so hard that he's not going to be able to make it on the show. That's what you went with first. That's not my fault. He had a family member die, and now you're saying it's my fault that I didn't lead with that. I'm not the one who made you say he cranked his cock so much that he can't get out of bed. That is not on me. Your response. Ow, wait. Somebody wrote it in the chat. I had to say it. Coltrane with $1 says, my dad died a month ago, and all you animals did was laugh and make fun. It did make me laugh a bit, though. You know who didn't laugh? Your dead dad. He did not laugh. He did not think any of that was funny. I got a Ouija board after the show just out of morbid curiosity, and I contacted your dad, and he said, tell that little fucker that if he chuckled a little, I'm going to haunt his ass. Quote. That's a quote. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, who does need a membership, by the way, says, you know what? You know, that's a good idea. I will try that. Thanks, Aaron. I never thought I'd learn such good life lessons from such a fatso. Criminal fatso. Eric Cartman says, last person to see Johnny's family member was Kim Nicholson, allegedly. Oh, my God. Kim is back to her old ways. Oh, no. Aussie Mark says, wait, Savannah's mom is also Johnny's mom? No, they're not connected at all. They're not connected. Okay, let's continue on. We have a great show for you today. Do we start with, we'll get to the Super Bowl and your halftime show. By the way, no matter what halftime show you watched, it was absolute shit. SP and I had to watch the Turning Point one out of curiosity. We both like Kid Rock, but I hate Turning Point USA. So it was really, I didn't want to support him. I didn't want to support Erica Kirk. I didn't want to support the Zionist who murdered Charlie Kirk because he wanted to have a different opinion. And then here's what pisses me off about Turning Point. Haven't they, check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but have they not made hundreds, 9 figures, hundreds of millions of dollars off of Charlie's death, like in donations and everything else? I mean, geez, hundreds of millions of dollars. As a guy who takes donations, I mean, guys, get as close as you can to 100 million today. My God, I'd put on a better concert. If they had hundreds of millions of dollars, can't they? And it's going to be like Charlie's America, and he's gonna, have this halftime show that would make Charlie proud. Throw some fucking money into it. Lee Brice is not an expensive get in 2026. Neither is Brantley Gilbert or Gabby Petito or whatever. I've heard a couple of her songs. I've never heard of her. And then Kid Rock's still an expensive get, but that's the only one. Can't you spend a couple of $1 million on like an outdoor setup? They pre-recorded the thing anyway. For those of you who think that was live, you're insane. That was not live. That was recorded. Notice they faded to black. Poor production quality too. They'd faded to black and the next person's out there. It was a pre-recorded halftime show. They were all lip syncing. I heard people trying to defend that. They're like, they were not lip syncing. How many times did the mic move away from their mouth, but the volume on the speakers didn't change? They'd move the mic away from their mouth and the note would still be finishing. The girl had bare feet and then the screen went to black. And then when it came back, she had shoes on. People were saying like, oh, it was so obvious Kid Rock was lip syncing. Yes, but not for the reason you think. He always goes back and forth on ball with the ball with his DJ. I've seen Kid Rock live. He goes, the lip syncing came from the fact that the sound and the notes were perfect and the people were moving around and walking. Like if you're singing and just kind of walking around the stage like Lee Brice was, especially if you're a chunker like him, you're going to be out of breath just from the singing and walking at the same time. But his breath didn't change. He wasn't labored at all. Sounded exactly like the song or a version he cut in the studio. They were all lip syncing, which, by the way, is fine. But don't defend them and say they're not. And then again, just the lack of production, the lack of quality. They were in like a fucking airport hangar that probably some Israeli donor they have owned and let them use it. And like, none of those people really had to pull in. None of them command a big payday other than Kid Rock. So you didn't have to pay the acts very much. It's a 30-minute concert. Then your halftime show goes overtime and the game is on when everybody clicks off of it. It was tragic, man. It was really bad. And you know what the worst part is? It's all because we're divided politically. And not... Watch the beginning of the Super Bowl where they show you all the celebrities that are sitting around, you know, Robert Kraft and then the actors and the musicians. They're all satanic pedophiles. So you're watching this game, which is being worshipped by satanic pedophiles. And then you got to go, oh, well, the right has to have a counter to this because this is left-wing satanic pedophilia. Okay, so who are you going to counter with? Oh, it's going to be thrown by an organization that protects their side's satanic pedophiles and genocide enactors and everything like that. So I got Turning Point USA and I got the NFL. I'm going to go with the NFL because the NFL has killed fewer Charlie Kirks than Turning Point USA. Now, was Bad Bunny a terrible choice? Yes, and it was retarded to have a Spanish-speaking singer on the Super Bowl halftime show. Like, that's kind of a fuck you to your entire audience. Get Nickelback next year, or just don't do it. In fact, we owe Nickelback for the years of hate they got for doing nothing but making really good music and being immensely successful. They are owed a Super Bowl halftime show. Give it to Nickelback, and then let, I don't know, who else you want? Who else do you need if you've got Nickelback? You can throw Dave Draymond on there, maybe some Disturbed, but, you know, Dave is Zionist. Maybe that's how we'll get Nickelback in there. We'll throw him a Zionist bone, and then that way we can get Disturbed and Nickelback for a halftime show. But look, I'm getting far afield here. Don't be the quartering. The quartering, and you know what's amazing about the quartering? This isn't the last time we're going to talk about him today. Jeremy from the quartering is, one thing you cannot accuse him of is being a paid shill. I don't want anybody to do that to Jeremy from the quartering. Jeremy Quartering doesn't accept money. That's his big brag when he like simps for all these right-wing organizations. They're all Zionist organizations, by the way. Whenever he simps for them, he goes, and they're not paying me a dime. And the way he sucks them off, like Kim Nicholson without crystal meth, you would think he's being paid. So when he comes out and he says, I haven't taken a dime from these people, I'm like, Jeremy, that would be my best kept secret. Let people think you're getting paid. It's more honorable and dignified than what you're doing. He was simping for that halftime show, and I'm just like, you have to be so far down the conservative ink rabbit hole where literally everything in your life is, if I like this, I'm a lib, or if I like this, I'm a conservative. And that's got to just be a disgusting, gross place to live. But like, I don't know. I make jokes about either halftime show. You get placed immediately in a spot, which is fine with me. So whether it was the Zionist lip-syncing halftime show with poor production value, or it was, I mean, at least Lady Gaga was in the Super Bowl one. I'm a Lady Gaga fan. You can, look, I can hear you screaming gay and your eyes turning red through the screen. All right, it's fine. But I'm a Lady Gaga fan. I love her music. I think she's immensely talented. She is probably a satanic pedophile. But that's, you know, that who isn't? Who isn't? That's what I'm asking. I mean, Lee Brice, Kid Rock, all those, they all have blood on their hands now. Brantley Gilbert working with a group like Turning Point. So I didn't like either halftime show. And to be fair, I think if you're arguing over like the soul of America regarding a football game's halftime show, you're gay and we should deport you anyway. Like I saw Matt Walsh trying to, you can tell a lot of these people defending the Turning Point halftime show were trying to convince themselves they were into it so passionately. Like, if you were to tell me, like, oh, I thought the Turning Point halftime show was great, I wouldn't, like, correct you. I'd be like, if it was a private conversation, I'd just go, yeah, fine. Sounds great. Now, if you ask me, like, oh, what'd you think about it? I'd be like, oh, I think it was, like, poorly produced, lip-sync, hot trash. And, like, they sang a bunch of depressing downer songs for a fucking Super Bowl halftime show. I mean, Jesus, the 3 field goals in the first half was a depressing enough thing to have happen. Now you're like, and my car broke down and my dog died, but Jesus is on my side. And it's like, all right, that's 3 of those songs so far. You know? Can we, was Brooks and Dunn busy? Could we have gotten I don't know, Play Something Country? Work with me a little bit here. So both halftime shows were shit. If you liked one of them, good for you. But I just, now with the Epstein files and everything else, I just see satanic pedophiles everywhere. And I guess that's on me. I guess I'm just paranoid now. But then people were like, oh, they had 5 million people watching their halftime show. And then other people like, oh, yeah, well, the Super Bowl had 127 million people watching it. So they win. And it's just like, you're both gay. Stop fighting. You both lost. It's over. Oh, man, did you like the Bad Bunny one or the Erica Kirk Wacer Husband's Blood Money halftime show? Neither. I shit during the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm not a gay guy. I'm there to watch a football game. Get back to me when the football game's on. So the Turning Point thing was absolute shit. I think the only people who are defending it are people who feel like, again, their politics or the soul of America. First of all, both of these people you're fighting about, the people who booked Bad Bunny to do the Super Bowl and the people who booked Kid Rock to do the Super Bowl, they're the same coin. They'd both sell you to Israel in a second. So don't think that you're fighting against them or anything. And it's a halftime show for a football game. Prince has gotten it right. A couple of people have gotten it right. A couple of years ago, they got it right with the big rap one they did. But it's fighting each other. The things we fight each other now over politically, it's getting sadder and sadder by the day. Which Super Bowl halftime show did you like better? You know what? Neither. Well, you have to pick one. No, I don't. I'm refusing to. The only way I win this game is to not play. Is to say they were both shit. The Turning Point one was all lip sync trash, poorly produced, edited together sloppily. They weren't even trying to hide the fact that it was pre-recorded. And then Kid Rock sang a fucking bummer song. All right, guys, now go watch your football game. Woo! Yay. Coltrane says 5 million streams. A lot more viewers than that, though. Bad Bunny is for women and fags. I've got bad news. So is Turning Point. Nobody should support or like Turning Point. It's not conservative. It's not right-wing. It's not libertarian. It's not freedom. It is literally a money laundering outfit for Zionist Jews. That's it. Don't support them. Miss Tay says, I learned that the kicker is the guy that kicks the ball. See, people were there to learn about football. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye. He says, Aaron and Erica take donations like loads on the butt. I wish I had the loads on my butt that she did. No, wait, no, because in the sense that the donations are a metaphor for the butt with the Erica acts like she's entitled to her guts and bank account flooded. Aaron is equally excited about getting loads in the butt or getting donations. For the record, I would much rather have the donations, and I don't like the getting loads in the butt. Thank you. Not a single living person watched that stream, said Bapa Shab. It was botted. Yeah, it was really heavily botted. Now, I was watching the chat, and the chat was incredibly slow. 5 million people, it should be going, you shouldn't even be able to read any of them. But 2 things were probably happening. One, people were switching on their TVs, and you're not in the chat when you're watching on a TV. And then the other thing is, I bet you Turning Point USA had slow mode, and they were approving the chats. So that's probably the main reasons why it moves so slow. Bird Collector says, best part, I still haven't heard yet who won the game, so glad I didn't watch. Oh, the Seahawks won. Congratulations to Sam Darnold. Yes. Coltrane says the game was boring as fuck. Yeah, it was one of the most boring Super Bowls I've ever watched. And you know what? Somebody said it perfect on Twitter yesterday. They said, hey, J.J. McCarthy could have sucked just as bad as Drake May did in the Super Bowl. And that's 1,000% accurate. J.J. McCarthy could have had the same game Drake May did. So I don't want to hear. We're in a good place going into next year with J.J. McCarthy, and he's going to keep getting better. You watch. You watch. Eric Cartman says, who's had more donations in the butt, Aaron or Kim Nicholson? Hey, we can all make our jokes. We can all make our guesses, but deep down, the one person who knows that it's them who's taking the most loads in the butt is Kim. So tread lightly, you guys. Tread lightly. Eagle of America says Rumble chat was going fast. Yeah, they probably had less restrictions. And Rumble, I think, when I was watching, only had like 275,000 people on it. YouTube had like 4.7 million. And Rumble, when I checked it, had 275,000. 09 Canyon says, didn't the Seahawks win like 10 years ago? Oh, yeah. No. I'm a Vikings fan, so, win one 10 years ago, win one never. We'll take it any way we can get it, really. Chips and Diff says, people just turned on TPUSA to offset Bad Bunny. They didn't actually watch it, though. Yeah, I don't think it had an impact. And then conservatives like Jeremy, the quarter, they're tweeting like, yeah, this had an impact. No, it didn't. I mean, everybody paid the same amount for commercials this year. They'll pay the same amount for commercials next year. It didn't make a dent. It didn't make a dent. Numero uno says people were spamming emojis in the Rumble chat. The speed of the chat is meaningless. Maybe. So, yeah, if you tuned in to get a hot take on who had the better halftime show, I don't fucking care. I don't care. And I'm sorry, because I hate it when people cop out. I don't care. I'm not doing that to be like the cool guy in the room, like, oh, I'm Mr. Don't Give a Shit. If one of those halftime shows would have impressed me, I would have come on here and told you today. I would have told you it was really good. Even the Bad Bunny one, I would have been like, you know what? It was better than I thought it would be. I really thought it was going to be shit. There was a really funny video I watched of all the players. I think I have that one here. They were asking a bunch of the guys in the Super Bowl what their favorite Bad Bunny song was. It didn't go well. Yeah, here it is. This is the and remember, the Super Bowl halftime show is supposed to be a mix of music for football fans and chicks. It's supposed to kind of hold everybody's attention. But this was a guy going around the Super Bowl to different Patriots and Seahawks players, asking them what their favorite Bad Bunny song was. And look, these are Bad Bunny fans. These are guys in their 20s, right?
Bad Bunny song?
Nobody got one.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
I don't know no Bad Bunny songs.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
I have no idea.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
Don't know. I don't have one either.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
Oh, these are, okay, I'm sorry. These aren't Patriot and Seahawks players. These are like Rams and Lions and a bunch of other like guys who were there for the game. All right, doing the interviews and stuff.
I don't listen to Bad Bunny like that, but she got some good stuff.
What is your favorite Bad Bunny song?
I don't listen to Bad Bunny, so I really don't even have one, man.
She's all right. I don't know many of the songs, but she's all right. Yeah, she is. That Bad Bunny, she's a good female singer. She's an up-and-comer, that Bad Bunny. So nobody knows. Like, it was weird, like, and especially when you pair it with the Epstein files and stuff. My conspiracy brain gets going, and I'm like, all right, who picked this and for what purpose? What was the reason? Because it wasn't like, this will be great for our mostly American English-speaking audience. I think it was a statement on ICE. I think it was a little, like, throwing a little multicultural deal in there. At best case scenario, it was just like mealy-mouthed, multicultural propaganda. At worst, it had something to do with Satan and pedophilia. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I didn't watch either of the halftime shows. I watched The Big Bang Theory instead. Oh, my God, I fucking hate you. And you knew I would hate you for saying that. You knew I would hate you. So, yeah, the game itself, Boring. I'm so happy Sam Darnold won, though. I was rooting for the Seahawks. I thought it would be a closer game. I knew it would be a defensive struggle. The Patriots, dude, they could not get out of their own way. I just felt like they were, dude, if your quarterback's good enough to get you to the Super Bowl, you got to turn him loose during the game. If he throws 5 picks, he throws 5 picks. He's a second-year quarterback. You got to move that ball up and down the field, especially with the kind of defense Seattle has. You have to stretch them out. You have to make them go up and down the field. You have to make them go north to south because they just consolidated in the center. The Seahawks dropped all kinds of pressure in Garrett Bradbury's lap, former Vikings center, by the way, and he turned into the Garrett Bradbury of old. He's an open gate, just swinging door, just saloon doors, wham. They go right through. They get to Drake May. What was it, 6 or 7 sacks during the game? Brutal, man. Brutal. He threw 2 or 3 picks. They didn't let him operate. I guess it didn't help that when they did let him operate, he's getting hammered. So the Seahawks just forcefully took that one, but it was not the most exciting, not the most fun Super Bowl to watch. I'm glad Sammy D won a Super Bowl. What a great story. Even if he'd never played for the Vikings, the fact that the guy was a 3rd overall pick and his first team gave up on him and his second team gave up on him. Then he spent a year in San Francisco and a year in Minnesota, got himself a $30-some million a year contract, and in his first year of that deal, he wins the Super Bowl. I think it's awesome. And as a Viking fan who enjoyed watching him last year but didn't want to keep him, wanted to let the J.J. McCarthy era start, I'm happy that he won a Super Bowl in Seattle. He wasn't going to do it here. I mean, people are like, oh, well, you should have kept Sam Darnold. You would have won the Super Bowl. That's not how it works. We didn't have the team or the staff or any of the things necessary to have the kind of success the Seattle Seahawks did. We had too many holes on defense. We had too many injuries on the offensive line. Who's to say Sam Darnold wouldn't have ended up like Carson Wentz and his arm would have fallen off? He would have gotten hurt. So I don't think keeping Sam Darnold would have given us a Super Bowl. We would have done much better than we did this year. Might have gotten another 13 wins, 14 wins, but I don't think we were going to be in the Super Bowl this year. But congratulations to Sam Darnold. I'm happy for him. It's technically, I mean, you could argue it's the closest the Vikings have ever gotten to the Super Bowl or to winning a Super Bowl. As close as we've ever gotten to winning a Super Bowl is our quarterback from the year before winning one. Miso Horny says, Aaron, football, like all sports, are scripted. That Super Bowl was not scripted. If it was scripted by the guys who wrote the last episode of Game of Thrones. If that was scripted and that was written, it was total horse shit. Boring, snooze, no thank you. Conditioner on my D says the Seahawks won last night in spite of Darnold. He was terrible, missed multiple open passes. Got the win, though, right? Trent Dilfer's a Super Bowl quarterback. Labglass says, I love a defensive Super Bowl. The edge rushers did more damage than the middle. I don't know, man. That pressure seemed like it was up in his lap all night. It was coming from around the ends. It was everywhere. Everywhere. They were coming in. There was one rush where they literally just pushed Garrett Bradbury into Drake May's lap, and the guy just one arm just took him down. It was just a good bull rush sack. The cleaner says, Aaron, tell us how far you shoved an NFL regulation football up your ass again. I'll hang up and wait. That's not how you say that, though. No, have you ever seen go to a sporting goods store and go get an NFL regulation size football? If you can fit one of those in your ass, Kim will let you have her meth. Bapa Shab says, are you retarded? They literally let the Patriots score again to save face. It's never close, though. It was never close. They lost, 29-12? It was a double-digit game most of the second half? No. I'm sorry, but that was not scripted to keep it close. And they weren't calling penalties to keep... Like, they could have called a penalty when Stephon Diggs was hit on the sideline. They didn't. They could have called penalties to make it closer and everything else. No, it's not... I'm going to go with not scripted. I'm going to go... You can tell me I'm an asshole. You can tell me I'm retarded. You can tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. All of that is fine. But I don't think that was scripted. Badger B on YouTube says, can Chris Collinsworth retire, please? People don't like Chris Collinsworth. I don't hate him, but I get why people do. You know? I don't like Chris Collinsworth, but I understand where he's unlikable. The doc says you have to ask yourself, why can't people who live in Puerto Rico vote in our elections? Because they aren't citizens, LOL, but they think they are. All right. You know me. I know my government. I know my history, everything else. People in Puerto Rico aren't citizens of the United States? That's wrong, right? That's incorrect. I've lived my whole life assuming Puerto Ricans were citizens. Are Puerto Ricans? Yes, they are. I don't even know why I'm Googling this. Yes, they're American citizens. Yes, people born in Puerto Rico are U.S. citizens by birth. Since the Jones-Shafroth Act of 1917. I mean, who doesn't know the Jones-Shafroth Act, even though I pronounced it differently twice, and I'm pretty sure both times I was wrong. Guys, for 109 years, 109 years they've been citizens. How dare you? Joey Caravello with $2 says, who's your picks for the Super League and NRL? For Super League, I think Wigan. For NRL, I'm saying New Zealand Warriors. It's rugby, right? Is it rugby? I'm going to say whoever does a haka before the game. That's who's going to win. QAnonymous says, my wife and I were on our phones literally the whole game. I got some royal match in. No, do I have royal match or royal? Which one is mine? Yeah, I got some royal match in during the game. It was solid. Doorman with $5 over on PayPal says they chose the Super Bowl artist way before any of the ice shit started. Chose him because he's an international star and the NFL is pushing for new yeah, because they want a team in Mexico City and they want a team in London. So they want to appear international. Right. So you went with Bad Bunny? Shakira busy? He had Ricky Martin out there. Nice to see his gay ass out there doing whatever the fuck Ricky Martin's doing now. Mild says, I don't know why people would watch a Super Bowl halftime show in Spanish when they could watch ba with the ba, da bang, da dang, diggy, diggy. That's a good point. We speak English in this country. We need an English-speaking halftime show. Ball with the ball, da bang, da dang, diggy, diggy. What? Hold on. Does this open some kind of trap door behind you? That is a great point. That's not exactly English. I mean, and also you got country music. Like, country music isn't exactly a celebration of the complexity of the English language. Joey Caravello says they let Puerto Ricans be citizens so it would be easier to stick it up their women's ass. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Peter Sky Parker. I let you guys know that Puerto Ricans are citizens. Peter Sky Parker says, even the dark-skinned ones? I'm imagining the tone in which someone asks that question with like mild disbelief. And it makes me laugh. He says, please excuse my racism. I'm trying to fit in. Hey, look, you're doing great. You don't have to be a dick or a cunt all the time. You can just have fun, mildly hateful good times with us. Los Federales says, love him or hate him, Bad Bunny is an insanely popular artist. Just because you don't listen to him doesn't mean anything. Sells out every stadium he performs in. There you go. Guys, suck it. Bad Bunny apparently, according to my sources, fucking rules. I had no idea. All right, let's get into some other shit. Thank you. If you got more takes on the Super Bowl, I'd love to hear them. Again, my final take on the Super Bowl halftime show, everyone's gay. Just watch the goddamn football game. What are you, 7? What are you, 7 years old? You got to watch I've got to watch the music thing first. No, that's gay. Like, just watch football and gamble and take a shit. Oh, I have to make sure. Do I watch Bad Bunny, a Kid Rock? What are you, 6? No. No, they were both awful, and if you watch them for political reasons, you need to take a break. The world is run by satanic pedophiles, and we're going to learn today about beef jerky. So pizza wasn't enough, ice cream wasn't enough, now beef jerky is a secret pedophile language too. God damn. If these people spend as much time fixing poverty as they did thinking of code words for having sex with underage people, this world would be at peace. We would have nirvana, essentially. Veldrain with $1 says, "Ba with the ba, da dang, diggy, diggy, goys give us your money." Yeah, I mean, pretty much goys give us your, Turning Point USA has really found a fascinating way to take the murder of the guy who ran their company and turn it into the single greatest grift in human history. Power Windows says, "Did you see the anti-Semitism commercial, Aaron?" Yes, I did. And I don't think the message got home with me. I don't think the message of the anti-Semitism Stop Jewish Hate commercial taught me the lesson it was supposed to teach me, because it was supposed to hit my heart and I was supposed to go, oh my God, that's wrong and terrible. We shouldn't. But all I did was I saw that the kids put dirty Jew on the kid's backpack and I laughed my fucking ass. I was like, that's mean. That's really mean to just put dirty Jew on someone's backpack. And then he walks down the hall with it the whole time. And then the pieces of shit in his school, they're all laughing at him. They all think dirty Jew is hilarious. Notice in the commercial, nobody was like, that's inappropriate. That's horribly wrong. Nope. Dirty Jew. What I learned from that commercial is everyone thinks that dirty Jew is a funny insult. That was, I guess, again, the lesson I was supposed to learn is that anti-Semitism is wrong and it's awful and I should donate money to Israel and the IDF. But all I did was I went, oh my God, they actually put dirty Jew in a Super Bowl commercial. Fucking based. And by the way, as Baba Shab says in the chat, nobody's doing that. First of all, Jewish kids don't go to school with the rest of us. Their parents put them in private Jew schools. Did you know that, do you remember the Cars for Kids ads? Did I tell you guys? I don't think I've told you guys this. I found this out a while ago. Cars for Kids was that, it was that commercial at 1877 Cars for Kids. You remember this, right?
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Okay, so you thought this was like some kind of charity where they would take the car, either sell it for parts, or they get the car donated and they'd sell it to someone for like pizza delivery or something else. Does anyone know the actual story? Okay, Baba Shab knows it. Of course he does. So what Cars for Kids was you donated your car and they would sell your car and they would keep the money from your car and they would use the money from the sale of the car that you donated to fund Jewish kids' trips to an Israeli summer camp. I'm not kidding. I wish I were making that up for you. It's 1,000% true. Cars for Kids, and it was really pushed by iHeartRadio or Clear Channel Media. They're the ones who really pushed Cars for Kids. It was on all of their radio stations. And it turned out, it was just, goys, give us your cars. We'll get them for free. Everything's profit. We'll sell it, and we'll use it to send privileged Jewish kids to an Israeli summer camp. I mean, come on. You got to give it to them. It's fucking shameless. It really is shameless. They took goy cars, sold them to blacks, and then sent their Jewish kids to an Israeli summer camp. I mean, it's enough to make you slap dirty Jew on someone's backpack. You know, it really... Youngling Slayer says, I knew I had a bad feeling about that commercial. Right? I mean, but the funny thing is you don't have to, because it does sound like a good idea. Like, oh, that's sweet. They're giving those, they're selling those cars and they're using it for like kids' health care or like impoverished kids or like food for kids who may not know where their next meal is coming from. Nope. It's so rich Jew kids could go to summer camp in Israel for free. Silverwolf says, my legit reaction to those commercials was, why the fuck would I give my car to them? Fuck them kids, in the screw you way, not the Melton way, he says. McBuster says, keep talking this way and Melton may move to Israel for the perks. Would he bring Kim Nicholson with him? He's going to need a revenue source. Approachable says, well, that explains how they can get you the highest tax deduction rate over anyone else, right? They got great accountants. Aussie Mark says Shapiro was actually involved in that, wasn't he? I don't think so. Ben Shapiro, Cars for Kids. Ben Shapiro frequently advertises for the charity. Yeah, but a lot of people did. I don't think that was a Ben Shapiro production. Joey Caravello with $2 says, now do you understand why I laugh at Mindy Finkelstein? I don't know who Mindy Finkelstein is. Papa Shop probably does. Hulkamasha Baby says, better than Cash for Clunkers, which federally subsidized program that crashed the used car market for the last 10 years. He ain't wrong. Chevrolet JB says, my favorite was the Cars for Blind People. That sounded like a good idea. I mean, look, everybody deserves a chance. Papa Shop says, yes, Ben Shapiro was pushing it. Okay, but I took that as, was he an owner? I don't know if he was an owner or if he was just advertising it. Papa says Ben knew where it was going, though. Oh, yeah, 100% Ben knew where it was going. Yes, Ben knew that it was all, going to the, imagine, dude, a vacation. It went to a vacation for Jewish kids. $1 from Doorman. He says, watching grown men cry last night, that it should have been our year with Darnold is the cherry on top of a season. Next year is our year. Yeah. Skol 2026. It's our season. It's our season. We're going to be fine. It's never fine. It's never fine. All right, guys, I was, I don't know if you know, but on Saturday, I was at the Whipple Federal Building again. 60,000 views on that particular live stream. Thank you very much. Between the thousands and thousands of views we had on our Elijah Schaffer coverage and our 60,000 views on this coverage, unbelievable. I think if we do, between Rumble and YouTube, if we do 50,000 views this week, which is probably going to happen between the two platforms, we will have hit 1 million views in the last 30 days, which very few people can say. So thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. McBuster with a gifted membership. Thank you, buddy. I hope you saw the beginning of the show. We got justice for you, and it's causing Pool Scam to cope in the YouTube chat. I love when they have nothing, when you've completely got them, and they're just like, oh, no, it's on your mind. No, I'm mocking someone who takes the internet too seriously, and you're helpless. That's what your cope says. You're completely helpless. Thank you guys very much for the support, though, on the Whipple stuff. I appreciate it. It was pretty wild out there on Saturday. It was the most heavily attended Whipple protest I've been to. I think there were probably more people in downtown Minneapolis for the first Jake Lang thing, but that was more wide open. This is a very confined space. They've got the barriers and the fences up now. Jake Lang was supposed to be there to give a press conference. And the press conference was supposed to be about, the ICE is cool and the government's the best. And that's kind of the shitty thing about these protests is the counter protest it breeds. It tricks people who otherwise would hate the government, which is a good thing. You should hate the government, it's run by satanic pedophiles. It causes them to lick boots and love the government. So this Jake Lang guy, he loves the government now. And ICE is good, and federal paramilitary forces are good, and he loves all that stuff. So instead of being skeptical of that and being like, well, I'm pro enforcing laws against illegal immigration, but I'm not just going to fully put my trust in federal agents. That's stupid. Instead, they dislike the protesters so much. And by the way, this is what the satanic pedophiles want. They hate the protesters so much that they just cozy up to the ICE guys and lick their boots for them. So Jake Lang goes out in a U-Haul with a big wooden cross as if this has anything to do with Jesus. It's a little insult. It's a little blasphemous. I find Jake Lang to be very blasphemous. But he goes out and then he's dumping ice out on the road, like ice cubes. He's got bags of ice and he's dumping them out on the road. The thing was, Jake Lang was too scared to get out of his U-Haul and have his press conference. Too many protesters showed up. Jake got scared. He and Jaden Scott left the area. I mean, these guys are fake MAGA. These guys are fake right-wing. These guys are complete horseshit grifting phonies. The counter protesters, I have to say, it was the counter Jake Lang protesters. It was the funniest I've ever seen them. Like, usually they're just loud and angry and fuck you guys and this, that. So this time, and like so many people have this idea that these protests are paid, and I think they are too, but not in the way that most people do. Like most people see the out-of-state license plates or they see the groups of people getting together over and over and they go, oh, they must be getting paid. They must be doing this for money. Those aren't the things that make me think that this is funded. The thing that makes me think that these are funded is that there was a wagon. I'm not kidding, and it's somewhere in my live stream. There was a wagon of dildos at this event. And then there were, in the holes of the chain link fence, they were jamming dildos in the fence. I mean, just rubber dicks as far as the eye can see at this protest at Whipple I was covering Saturday. And they're just flying, man. They're chucking dicks at sheriff's department vehicles. They were chucking dicks at unmarked cars that were going into Whipple. They're throwing dicks out into the road. And then they're behind this concrete median, this barrier with chain link fence on it. They'd have people go through, open the barricades and go run out and get the dicks and bring the dicks back so they could throw the dicks again. And a few times I was dodging dicks. Like I was moving out of the way. I was rolling. I had one hit my foot. I was struck. Is this your dick? It struck my foot. It was a pretty wild party. And then when I went back to see the wagon again, the wagon was gone. So they ran out of dildos. But the fact that there was a wagon full of dildos, and I'm talking about one of those big wagons, not like a Red Ryder. I'm talking about the ones with the walls and you can fit a lot of shit in there, like groceries and stuff. Filled to the brim with dildos. And then I went back to the wagon and it was empty. That's the thing that makes me think that these things are funded, not like the protesters showing up. It's like, who's bringing all of those dicks on a lark? Like, this was organized. This had to be funded by somebody, and somebody joked, they're like, what are these Soros dicks? I'm like, maybe not, but like, don't just say that. Like, otherwise, like, this better have been funded by someone who was buying the dildos. Otherwise, that means that some guy or some gal just completely on a lark decided that, you know what I'm going to do today at the protest? I'm going to bring a big wagon full of my own collection of rubber cocks. And people are going to love it. They're going to be so happy that I brought all these dildos. Like, that's a big risk to take. Because people are either going to be like, oh, I get it. Yeah, let's throw these. Fuck them. I get it. Or they're going to be like, bro, who brings a wagon full of cocks to a like, what the fuck is your problem? It was organized. They got permission. They funded. Like, how much does a dildo cost? If you know you're gay. I'm just letting you know up front so I don't trick you ahead of time. How much does a dildo cost? And they had at least 100 dildos out there. Somebody's footing the bill. Unless they were all grabbing and throwing used dildos that haven't been washed. Oh, well, anyway, they were throwing the dicks. Jake Lang left. Jake Lang is a giant fucking pussy. By the way, Jake had this protest at Whipple because he's not legally allowed within 3 blocks of the Capitol because he vandalized a veteran sign. He's gay. That Zach X that he runs with, that St. Cloud guy, Zach X might be criminally retarded. I mean, he is like the dumbest guy. You ever see a guy and you're like, there's no sense in talking to that guy. He's too retarded to hear words and concepts. I don't think that Zach X has a position on anything. I don't think he has a political point of view. I think he's a lonely guy. I think he might have a traumatic brain injury or something. That's not a joke. I think that Zach X might just need to belong to something. Like, he just needs friends. There's a lot of people like that. They're mostly on Reddit and Discord, and, you know, they live on the internet all day. And you got to try to feel bad for them once in a while because you're like, oh, they're not mad at you. They're not mad at anybody else. They're not political. They just need to be heard, and they need to have people associate with them. And that's what this Zach X did. Well, apparently, this Zach X was driving around in a Toyota Camry with a bullhorn just yelling gay. Really deep, heavy intellectual shit. And then I guess Jake Lang didn't like that, so Jake Lang kicked Zach X out of his Crusaders group. Now, if this doesn't sound like the gayest teenage treehouse bullshit you've ever heard, I can't, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to convince you that it is. The guy who was dumping ice out of the back of a U-Haul with a big wooden cross decided to kick the guy driving the Camry with a bullhorn out of his Crusader club. Deus Vult, God wills it, I suppose. But these guys are all just terminal jackasses. And then they're riling up a bunch of other terminal jackasses. So one group of terminal jackasses brings a bunch of rubber dicks and starts throwing them. We do have a clip here. Literally, I mean, they were, that's what it was. So usually I go cover these Whipple protests and it's fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And then a bunch of music and then someone yelling through the bullhorn. And then a car comes by and they yell and scream at the car. This one was a little different in that it was sit around, wait, sit around, wait, sit around, wait. Oh, a car's coming out of Whipple. And then just a deluge of cocks flying out over the barricades. Standing outside with my mouth open wide. And by the way, you wouldn't think so to look at these people. They like a good gay joke about the rubber dicks. You would think they'd find that offensive. Because the cops were out there to pick up the dildos, and I said something to the effect of, I was like, well, I mean, if they can't fit them all in their hand, they could just squat on one. And then they all thought that was funny. Like, I thought that for sure I'd be in trouble for that one because I'm calling I'm shaming them for being gay. They thought it was good. They're okay with gay shaming the police. But yeah, everybody was running. And then I have people offer me one, and I'm like, I'm not. First of all, I'm filming. There's no way I'm accepting an offered dildo on camera. I'd never live it down. Second of all, I don't want to be holding a dildo. Like, I was talking to guys. There would be some guys I'd be talking to there, and they're holding dildos. One guy's holding 2 of them, and I'm like, bro, the optics on that. It's like, I'm glad you're comfortable and everything, but like, you're just 2-fisting dicks right now. Let's find another way to protest, my man. But yeah, they were, and look at that. They got out there real quick to pick up the dicks. 5, 6 pickup dicks, and then they'd get them real quick, and they'd run back, and they'd wait for another SUV going into Whipple, and they'd start firing dicks at them. Then the cops kind of got tired of being pelted with genitals, so they went out and they started picking them up and throwing them on the other side of the fence into the Whipple area. So if you guys, the long and short of it is, if you guys are looking for dildos, please call the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. They might mail them to you because they have a ton of them. They collected dozens of dildos at this protest, and I'm assuming they're just going to throw them away. So, I mean, if you're okay secondhand, it's available. So no, it's no Jake Lang at the protest. He drove by a couple of times. Jake Lang is such a phony piece of shit, by the way. If you look at him, you go, yeah, he's a conservative who's supporting our cause and everything. Jake Lang fucking stinks. he's either paid opposition or was dropped on his head at birth. It could be both, but it can't be neither. He's awful. If you look at him and you go, yeah, that's going to get us somewhere, I can't help you. Jake Lang's retarded. And so is Zach X. TDR Shit Show with $2 says, all makes sense why you spend so much time there, Aaron. Wants and loves all the dick. He even just said it. Got thrown at him in massive amounts. No, not thrown. When they threw him back, every once in a while, one would land near my feet, but I dodged him. I was moving. I was nimble on my feet. Youngling Slayer with $2 says, Jake Lang is a Fed and a Jew. Can't believe people take him seriously. Yeah, he was arrested on January 6th, so I wouldn't doubt if he's a federal asset for sure. Joey Caravello says, you were grabbing them and jamming up your fake ass. No, I wasn't, I swear. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, seen Aaron on the sidewalk. He was face down, ass up. I wasn't. See, none of you were there. That's not true. You're just saying that so people laugh at me. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, protesters were getting mad at Aaron. They kept giving him dildos to throw, and he was keeping the big black cock and putting them in his backpack. First of all, I didn't have a backpack. Second of all, I didn't grab any of the dildos. And there were no black ones, by the way. I don't know what that says about the protesters, but I didn't see a single black one. And I had to make sure that I didn't say that in a downward inflection so people didn't think I was upset that there were no black dildos. Thank you guys very much for the contributions. Keep those coming. Appreciate those very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I saw we were over 600 before the first hour was even over, so we could have ourselves a nice little day today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and I haven't asked yet today, but if you feel like throwing a couple bucks our way, feel free on whatever platform you're on. TDR Shit Show with $2. Oh, we did that one. Okay, I'm caught up. Cocktiff says, I'm watching a dildo right now. Oh, so I should cancel that order. I should cancel the merch order. By the way, I've only got one more merch order to fill. Finally, who was it? Main Vein, I think, finally got to me and sent me his information, so I get to send that out to him. I'm very excited. Hostile Soldier, Mild, Shannon, and Von Kaiser all need memberships over on Rumble. Let's hook them up. How many for you guys to get overtime today? 56. 56. Veldrain says, Kim was out there with one in each hand, in the mouth, and up the butt. Oh, my God. How'd she breathe? How'd she breathe? Jelly for the Smelly says, that's just how Aaron plays dodgeball. It's not. It's not at all how I play dodgeball. I don't play dodgeball with dildos. 1877 dodgeball with dildos. 1877 dodgeball for dildos. So I can send Israeli kids to summer camp. Labglass says, Aaron never took one hand to hand, but he squatted down and brought one home anyway. I didn't. You guys have this idea that my asshole is like a claw machine and I can just go down and grab dildo. You know what? I wouldn't even know if my ass is like that because I've never tried. Never tried. Oh, guys, even if I had picked up one of the dildos. Badger B says, oh, that one got him. Backpack full of dicks. Attaboy. Michael Ross says, oh, literal Aaron.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Balls Deep, thank you for becoming a steel toe bro over on YouTube. Someone's saying I have the date wrong on today's stream. Oh, my God, I do. What a complete dipshit. Let's change that to 9. Thank you to the person in the YouTube chat who who helped me fix that. Can I get out of this room without ending the stream? Guys, cross your fingers. Yep, we're still live. Good. All right, let me go in here to 9:26. Yay! The title's been changed and we're all good. Thank you. Dylan Schmidt says maybe those dildos were the returns from the army camp. Oh, they don't. The army camp doesn't return those dildos, boy. It's the Roach Motel. They check in and they don't check out. Let's go to Welsh Republic. Oh. Wow. Do you guys want me to read this big, long DM that I just got that started with, "You were right about Chrissy Mayer. The woman is a complete demon, fraud, and grifter"? It's 2 paragraphs long. Would you guys like me to read the DM that I got? That starts with, "Chrissy you were right about Chrissy." I'm going to let one's in the chat if you'd like me to read the DM. You let me know. I'm going to let the YouTube and the Rumble chats vote on this. I just went in there because sometimes Los Federales sends us some good Photoshops for the show. And I noticed I had quite a few DMs. Do I read that one to you or not? Your guys' call. One's in the chat if you want it. Brittany Boo says no. Might go with a 1. Chips and Diff says, do we have a choice? Yes, if there are more 2s than 1s in the chat, I won't read it. 1, 1, 1, 1. A lot of 1s. A lot of 1s. They want to hear the DM. All right. She's a lesbian. That wasn't one of the choices, but okay. 169. A black 1. Nay, says Honky. I mean 1. Another person just put a horse face emoji in there. All right. They want to hear it. All right. This is a Welsh Republic podcast. He's a guy who does a show and whatever. I've been on it before. He says, "Yo, Aaron, how are you? Do you remember me?" And I, as you see now, I do. I do remember him. By the way, man, you were right about Chrissy. That woman is a complete demon. Did I ever say she was I don't think I ever said she was a demon. I just said she's two-faced and spineless and will back anyone if she thinks it'll get her extra views. That woman is a complete demon. She's a fraud and a grifter. She also backstabbed me too. And her mod, Goodnight Mister, is an absolute piece of crap, bro. See, this is way too in the weeds for me. I would have never known any of this. Not to mention she copyright strikes people. You were not wrong there, buddy. Yeah, her and Frank tried to get me to copyright strike Chad, Melton, and there was one other person they tried to get. I can't remember who else they wanted me to copyright strike. But like Frank, I've spoken to Frank one time on the phone. He called me to try to walk me through step by step how to strike a channel. And the first one, I didn't talk to him on the phone, was Chad. That was a DM thing. But he called me. He's like, you got to strike this guy, Patrick Melton. And, you know, Patrick was doing then what he does now, just kind of living off my name and needing me in order to save his dead channel that was getting like 30 viewers at the time. And I told Frank what I've always said. You know, my position on that has always been clear. I've been doing this for 20 years. I know when somebody needs you. I know when somebody's hooked on you and you're their content. I know when I'm the draw. So I was like, Frank, I got to be honest with you, man. Like, I don't really want to strike. I don't strike people. That's just not, I'd feel gross if I did that. Like, especially when, you know, clearly we see the project. I mean, you see how big and fat he is. You see what the projection is. It's all coming from a place of pain. You don't hurt people. You don't hurt them further. So Frank's like, no, here's how you do it. And he's like walking me. I wouldn't know how to strike a channel if it wasn't for Frank Pellegrino. He like walked me through. It was like, find the 3 dots go to their channel and then go to these 3 dots and hit that. I'm like, I'm not striking his channel, dude. I'm sorry, I'm not. But well, in case you ever do, here's the whole process. And it's like, they do that. And they told Keanu to do this to Clippers. Like, I don't give a shit. The stuff the Clippers clip about me, I would never put up as a clip anyway, so they're not taking any money out of my pocket. And if they do, let's say a steel toe clip gets 2,000 views. What did they make, $20? They put their work in. Let them have their $20 for clipping something that I'm never going to clip out anyway. And plus, like, people are going to these clippers now for that content. They're not coming to me for that content. So if I put it up there, I don't think it would get as many views as it would from those clippers because my audience doesn't care. Meanwhile, theirs does. So like Frank's trying to get Clippers struck. He's trying to get Chad struck, Patrick Melton struck, all these people. And it's just like, bro, like people talk shit about you. Let them. It gets your name out there. They'll check you. Do you know how many new fans we have because all these shows, I hate Aaron. He's the biggest piece of shit. And then they come watch us and they're like, oh. Well, you guys are just kind of laid back and having a good time and talking about shit. These guys are just mad at you all the time. It happens. I mean, that's part of what you get from being discussable, from being controversial. So this guy, Welsh Republic Podcast, says basically I got banned from her Discord server and blacklisted from some of her friends, all because I dared to question her retarded mod on something. That's not all. I know a lot about what she's done, and yeah, how they're all grifters and all of that, and how they made up disgusting rumors about me. They truly are a bunch of dumb cunts, and you're right about them copyright striking channels. Well, I mean, I know I'm right about that. They tried to get me to do it. So it's understandable. It's understandable. Yeah, Ablo Pacheco says it's free advertising. I found your channel through Elissa Clips. Exactly. It helps. Dude, all of those shows have helped way more than they've hurt. Are you kidding me? I mean, what? We were in like the 5s and 6s on Twitch. We were in the 3s and 4s on YouTube. And then, I don't know, like, that was before the Rumble days even. Now, Rumble and YouTube, we do 700-800 people at a time combined. Like, doing way better now. And it's because our show's really good. Look, their shows they don't have a show if they can't talk about someone more interesting. I mean, that's just a fact of broadcasting. I mean, that if you're a rookie, you know that shit. Are you kidding, man? So, yeah, no, I knew about Chrissy and all that stuff a long time ago. 644 of you checking out the toe right now. YouTube looking solid. Rumble, pick it up a little bit. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow, and let's have ourselves a big show this morning. We're on our way. We're on our way. Mr. Bubonic Chronic says, you're just a goofball. Yeah, Badger says, I found your show through a clip show. Exactly. Like I said, I kind of know this game better than any of them do. For sure. I've been doing it, let's be honest, way too long. Did you guys, I don't want to do a lot of like Epstein type shit right off the bat today. So we're going to save that for the next hour. We got some wacky stuff. I really stirred up all those comic book nerds. I've got a couple clips about that. If it were just for me, I would go through that comic book stuff like an hour today. I would spend an hour on it, but I know some of you are going to get really like, oh God, this is fucking embarrassing. So I'll probably do like 10, 15 minutes on it, you know? But we do have some Epstein stuff today. We got some news stuff. I don't know. It just didn't feel like, I didn't want to hit you on Monday with like, let's talk more about the pedophiles and shit. So throw in a membership, throw in a couple of bucks. Good hour and a half warm up here on the show today. Numbers going up, heading towards 700 this morning. And if we keep going the way we've been going, we'll be there very, very soon. Just make sure you give us a thumbs up. Is all. Just throw us a little thumbs up. All right, Jack Doherty has apparently been banned from PGA Tour events. I hate this little shitbag. And like I was prepping the show yesterday. I'll sneak down for like 15 minutes at a time while the kids have friends over on Sundays, and I'll get the show kind of plotted out, and I'll be retweeting shit throughout the weekend, just, you know, trying to cut down on my prep time as much as I can. Well, my kids came down here, and they were looking over my shoulder, and they saw that I was getting this Jack Doherty clip ready. And they go, oh, is that Jack Doherty? And I'm like, oh, no, my oldest knows who Jack Doherty is. But then she said something. She goes, oh, I hate that guy. He's so dumb. And I'm like, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Jack Doherty is this kid who, well, I mean, is he really even a kid anymore? Isn't he in his 20s now? So he started doing YouTube when he was like 13. And he was being an annoying little rat-faced twat. But like when you're 13, you are an annoying little rat-faced twat. But then as he grew up, he became a bigger, more rat-faced twat and a chicken shit. So he would go and he would fuck with people. And then when those people would be like, oh, well, clearly this kid needs his ass kicked, I'm going to do him a favor. He would run and hide behind his big 350-pound black security guard. And then that guy would be like, you got to go, man. You got to get it. I don't think that should be legal, by the way. I don't think you should be able to go fuck with somebody. And then the security guard should be charged with something. Interference. Here, misdemeanor interference with a righteous ass whooping. I feel like that should be a statute. We got to get that law passed. That you can go fuck with somebody, run behind some big guy, and then you're exempt from any consequences of your actions. I feel like the security guard should have to step aside. By the way, if somebody could crowdfund, like it could do a GoFundMe where we get it up to, like, the whole internet raises like $2 million, and we give it to Jack Doherty's security guard. If we can get him to put Jack in a situation where he teases or taunts 2 or 3 people and they come running after him, he goes and hides behind the security guard, and then one time the security guard just steps aside and lets the guys beat the living shit out of Jack Doherty. If we could find a way to go fund him retirement money to do that, it would so be worth it. I'd kick in $100 to that sort of thing. But then again, I fucking hate this kid. So he did this deal where he went to a PGA Tour event and he paid somebody money to heckle one of the golfers. Now, this isn't Happy Gilmore. You can't go and heckle golfers at the PGA Tour and not get punished for it. So Jack Doherty does this. He gets kicked out of the PGA Tour, and then he pulls his, whoa, what did I do? And then when confronted by it, and when a man, like, dresses him down for it, he does that really shitty, like, cocky, trying to save face thing. But he won't push it far enough for him to get, like, tased or, you know, his ass kicked with a baton or anything. He just tries to be a shitty little valley kid who's like, oh, I'm not impressed by your authority, but I'm not going to push it. I hate this little fucker. Let's watch what he did first, then his interaction with the police. Then yesterday he released some gay, like, statement about how it's, you know, it's not his fault someone did this to him.
Will any of you guys yell jackass on his backswing for $100?
What do I gotta yell?
Just jackass or some shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some Happy Gilmore shit. I'm so excited.
Jackass! That's $100.
I got you. It wasn't me. Tell him. They think it was me.
Right in his backswing. Like, just DDT this little prick on the pavement. And he's starting to look like Neanderthalic. So he is starting to match his intellect. Oh, hey, Mark Henry. And now he got this guy kicked out, but, like, fuck this guy too, because just because he offers you $100, you don't need to do it. Besides, it's like 1/5 of probably what it costs to get in there. And then, and he's drinking a Topo Chico, so he deserves to be kicked out.
You gotta go. Okay. I know it was against the law.
I didn't do anything.
You're gonna get trespassed. These guys both do this all the time. They're on.
You're gonna get trespassed from the course. I'm gonna escort you out of here with no issues, right?
All right, cool, yeah, but I didn't say anything. We just filmed him do it. Guys, we just got kicked out of Waste Management in Arizona. Look at all these cops right here.
See, like, this is a wacky, silly stunt when you're a 16-year-old kid and you're just a little retard and like, oh, look at the mischief that we caused. Bro, you're an adult now. And it's not like Tom Green's silly or anything like that. You're just being a cunt. And now you're like live streaming your cuntiness. Like, guys, we're surrounded by cops. And it's like, what is he going to be like 45 and his hair's going to be falling out? He's going to have those little strands of comb over hair like me left. And he's going to have like a gut hanging over his belt. And he's going to be like, oh, we're going to go pay the, like, is he going to be walking up to 19-year-old kids then and giving them $100 to yell shit at people? I mean, I hope he's saving for retirement. That's all. So now this detective or this cop or whatever, he's like old school pro and he's not taking any of this retard's shit. And Jack is going to try really hard to not be impressed by this guy, but you can tell he doesn't want to push it too far, the coward.
Jack Doherty, is that you?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing here?
Not sure. Just, join the Waste Management.
Don't do this, all right?
Sure.
We know exactly what you're doing here. Don't play this game with me, okay? We know exactly what you're doing. So the result of that...
How's a fucking dude move and look at shut him up? He just took one step in his direction. He goes, cut the shit. We know what you're doing here. Knock it off. Don't give me... Like, I love that the cop asked him what he was doing here. And then the minute this mop-headed retard had a syllable come out of his mouth, the cop was like, you know what? I changed my mind. You bother me so much. Don't even speak. I'll just answer the question for you.
We're trespassing you. If you come back here again before this tournament's over, you'll be arrested, and then you'll go through that whole process.
Sir.
In addition to that,
yes, sir,
I'm trespassing you from all future PGA Tour tournaments. If you show up at a PGA Tour tournament again, you'll be arrested. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Forever? For life?
For the foreseeable future, until you and I can work this out.
How do we work this out then? Because I love golf, you know, I don't want to be banned forever. So how about we find a positive way out of this too, so it's not just a negative result?
We're done with this discussion.
All right, cool, then we're done. I'll leave. I don't care. Thank you so much. I'll take my ID back. Thank you, sir.
I'll to you when I'm done.
He's trying to maintain any kind of dignity because this man is just, what do the kids say? He's mogging. I believe he's mogging him right now. He's just completely owning him. And Jack's like, oh, well, now I have to look like a tough guy. I can't look like it because his whole chat's probably calling him a bitch. And guys like this, if their chat don't like him, oh my God, that's the end of the world. So Jack's trying to do the tough guy thing. He was like, all right, then I'll take my ID back now. He's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I'll give you the ID when I'm ready to give you the ID.
I'm done. Thank you.
When we're done.
All right, cool.
You can have it back. Do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, sir. I'll take my ID.
Okay.
Thank you. It's cool. Yeah, thanks.
He's shaking a little. The kid's trembling a little. He got, by the way, this is how you know that Jack Doherty never received any kind of discipline from his dad. And I'm not talking about ass whippings. I don't think he should be hitting kids or anything like that. But you can tell his dad just let him do whatever he wanted. Because when he's like 20 some years old now. And when he's confronted by actual like masculine directness, not even aggression, just masculine directness, he's panicked.
All right, goodbye. All right, guys, I just got banned from all PGA Tour events because of that guy and all these cops right here.
Oh, because of...
All right, I don't give a fuck that I can't go to a boring golfing event for the rest of my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the dictionary definition of what we call seething. It's literally a you can't fire me, I quit. I don't want to be your stupid golf thing anyway. You throw my own golf tournament, you suck. Oh, how is this kid still getting any? Are they just watching him to watch him get the shit beat out of him like this? Are they just watching him so he humiliates himself? Is that all it is? Because nobody can be watching Jack Doherty thinking, yeah, Jack, that was really shitty that you got kicked out of the golf tournament. You didn't even do anything. You paid a guy $100 to try to get a guy to shank a shot that could have cost him tens of thousands of dollars in placing. Because one stroke can fuck you up in the PGA Tour. It can be the difference between like a $200,000 payday and a $60,000 payday. Then, I don't even know what we did. This guy and this, I got kicked out because of this guy and this guy. No, you got kicked out because of this guy. You're the reason that you got kicked out of the event. So then, shitbag gets banned from the PGA Tour for doing shit that gets you kicked out of the PGA Tour. And then he releases this statement. He decides that he's going to find a way to explain this away that doesn't make him look like a total douchebag. Either that, or, I haven't watched this yet, or he's going to try and get down on his knees and beg and say he's sorry and he realizes he did wrong because he really does care about going to a stupid golf tournament.
For getting banned from all PGA Tours and the waste management event and stuff, I honestly think that was the most harmless prank I could have done. And I think if anyone else did it, you guys would have thought it was funny, but I get it. You know, it was me, whatever. You guys do your thing. But second of all,
they didn't know who you were. Like, you even heard the cop ask him, like, who are you? Your name's Jack whatever Doherty. What are you doing here? Like, so he didn't, it's not like middle-aged men aren't supposed to know. I wouldn't know who Jack Doherty was if I didn't do this. If I didn't talk about, news and pop culture and stuff like that. I wouldn't know who Jack Doherty was. So no, they're not trying to ban you to make a oh yeah, we want to make a statement. We don't want Nick Shirley coming here and investigating us, so it starts with Jack Doherty.
Well, I don't think you guys could possibly be softer these days. Like, what does this world come to? Everybody is so soft, and yeah, saying jackass on a golfer's backswing is like all of a sudden the worst thing you could possibly.
No. It's not. No, it's not all of a sudden the worst thing you can do. Your first day on a golf course, you are taught you do not talk in someone's backswing. You don't talk in someone's backswing when you're playing for free. You certainly don't talk in someone's backswing when millions of dollars are on the line. So this isn't a new thing. It isn't like Jack Doherty, like, well, can you believe they changed the rules of golf yesterday? Can you believe that they changed them to say that you all of a sudden can't talk in a guy's backswing? You've never been able to do that. Since Sam Snead and Ben Hogan, you haven't been allowed to do that.
We do. You guys act like I murdered someone. Like, grow up. You guys are these...
So if you murdered someone, they would have arrested you and you'd be in prison right now. They didn't act like you murdered someone. They trespassed you from the event, which is what they do to people who act like jackasses. They ask you to leave. You act like a jackass. They asked you to leave. And then they said, we don't really need you at any of these anymore, so we're trespassing you for the foreseeable future. You acted like I murdered somebody. I can't wait until this kid's downfall continues and like the drug arrest and the, domestic assault and all of that, and just hear how none of it's his fault. And he's following a very specific playbook.
Like, all of a sudden, the worst thing you could possibly do. You guys act like I murdered someone. Like, grow up. You guys are the softest generation ever.
Grow up. That's rich. Coming from the guy who yells jackass and hides behind old college offensive linemen. Grow up. You guys are the softest generation ever. Says the bitch crying in his live stream or in his video about being kicked out of a golf. You guys are soft. Why won't you let me back in the golf game? I just wanted to yell something at the guy in the golf game and you won't let me back in. You guys are soft. Now, you saw the dictionary definition of seething. This is the dictionary definition of coping. So Jack Doherty is now coping and seething.
Like, that was the most harmless shit ever. I didn't even do it. I paid someone $100 to do it. Go get the guy who fucking did it. I wouldn't do it. He did. I just gave him $100. Like,
yeah, I mean, I didn't kill her. I just paid the guy and facilitated the killing of her. I just gave him a bunch of money and then told him to kill the person. I didn't kill anybody. I mean, and by the way, they did kick that guy out too. Douchebag.
Cry about it. Like, you guys are actually soft as fuck. Anyone that gets mad about that, softest motherfucker ever.
He's spitting. He's uncomfortable. Oh, Jack. Did you get... Now, like, part of the thing about being a disruptor, part of the thing about being a prank guy is you can't then literally cry. He's crying. You can't cry about the consequence of the prank. Like, the consequence of the prank is part of the prank. So you can't go like, I'm going to be a YouTube prankster. And then they're going to go, hey, you little shitbag who pranked us, get out of here, you scamp. And then cry, I did a prank and then they kicked me out. And you got the content you were looking for. Like, what are you complaining about, kid? Jesus. Yeah, Rusty Grammer says, suffer bish. I'm not supposed to be here. Says he's so mad. He is. He's really mad. And he's trying to make it about them being soft. Lab Glass says he should be a lawyer. Oh, yeah, he'd do great. He'd do great. Nothing is ever his fault. Brian says, isn't this the dude who cucks for Wes Watson? Wes Watson, if you've ever watched him, he's worth a look on some of these like YouTube drama channels. Wes Watson is one of these guys who's like all roided up to shit, but you can tell he's a guy that you could walk up to, hold his nose and fart in his mouth, and he wouldn't do a thing. You could walk up to Wes Watson and go, you're a fucking bitch. Wham. You don't know what alphas are. I say, all right. He got in an argument with Andrew Wilson once. And Andrew Wilson, who I don't like, everyone has a really aggressive opinion about Andrew Wilson one way or the other. I don't. He seems harmless. He does his thing. He argues with people, whatever. He was debating that Wes Watson. I've seen this before. And Wes just got like insanely personal. Like, instead of like debating him on the phone, he's like, you're a piece of shit and you're an asshole and you fucking suck. And it's like, this guy's real intelligent. In fact, this kind of dovetails into me lighting up these. I didn't even think I was lighting up these comic book guys from this thing called Comicsgate. I just dipped my toe in because I saw a couple of Alyssa clips. And apparently there's this guy, Sean or Shane, And he does a real low rent stream. Like, it's basically the Ethan Van Sciver ball washing hour. And this guy was really mad at me. Like, he said, and by the way, I think probably the worst metaphor and insult guy I've ever watched. We got a couple of clips here. I think he's got a right. You know, I say this to people all the time who aren't broadcasters, and this guy's not a broadcaster. He's not a think on your feet type of guy. I think he's just a kid. He's older. He's probably older than me. He's some guy who just really likes comic books, and he gets really mad when you talk about how you're not 9 years old, so you don't like comic book. He gets really defensive about that. And then I guess his E-daddy is Ethan Van Sciver, the throat goat, copyright Pot Awful. And he doesn't like it when anyone makes fun of him. And all I did was I said, look, I watched this video, and the guy said that this Ethan Van Sciver guy, he doesn't make the books that people donate money for him to make. And now people have been asking him for a refund on this one thing, and he says he can't afford it, which doesn't make any sense because he hasn't released the book. So I just kind of stated how funny I thought that was. A lot of other people thought it was really funny and entertaining. And this Sean guy, like, lost his fucking mind. And now he has a conspiracy theory that me, the Quartering, and this black guy named Eric July who makes comics. I don't know why these comic book guys don't like him, because he's a guy who makes comics. These other guys that they ball wash for it, they don't make any comics, and everyone wants refunds from them. But the black guy, I don't know if it's a racism thing or what, but they don't like the black guy. But the black guy makes comic books. So I just triggered the shit out of this Sean guy. And I just wanted to play a little bit of this for you because, like, the latter half of his rant goes into, like, black guys and fucking, like, he's got a weird obsession with black guys and their penises. And maybe it explains the Eric July thing. So he believes that me and the Quartering have been paid by Eric July to trash comic books. I don't know how that makes sense because, A, if you've heard me say anything, a cursory glance at my channel will show you I'm not a big Quartering guy. And second of all, I don't think this Eric July, a guy who's releasing comic books, really gives a shit what I have to say, nor would he put any money in my pocket. Now, if anyone were to donate as Eric July right now, I think that would be fucking hilarious. But apparently I've riled up these Comicsgate guys, and I've got a couple of clips from this Shane or Sean, and I'm going to play them at 1.2 or 1.5 speed because he's remarkably boring. Like, he's really slow, takes forever to get to a point. So I guess I should like him. But we'll get to that in just a second. First, somebody with a buck says, now, what if a guy came and smashed Jack's camera after video bit he did? Think he would be mad, or would he just laugh? I would go cry. $1 from Silverwolf says, I'm sorry, but who are any of these people? Am I supposed to know them? No. We're just going to have some fun with them. That's all. So this Sean guy, I've got a little clip here. He doesn't like that I ripped on this Ethan guy. Now, I don't care if Ethan releases a comic book or never releases a comic book. I think if he didn't release the comic book, he would be a cooler guy than if he did. Because if he doesn't release the comic book, that means he just stole a bunch of money from comic book fan suckers, and that's hilarious and based as fuck to me. That's really funny, and he's kind of a cool guy if he does that. Now, if he makes the comic, then he took a bunch of money from a bunch of dorks, and then he made a shitty comic that adults are going to read, which is like one of the saddest things ever. So I personally, I don't know why this Shane I don't know why this Shane Davis guy is mad at me. I'm kind of rooting for his boy to continue to defraud these people and refuse to give them, like, he's Bernie Madoff. He's a crook. He's a thief. In that sense, like, that's kind of cool if he just steals the money and doesn't release anything. If you make comic books and you enjoy comic books and you're old enough to drive a car, it's problematic. It shows that something really traumatic happened in your childhood and has led to arrested development. So let's take a look. Let's hear what this Shane has to say. I'm sorry for getting his name wrong. But So far, it's I'm a cuck, which, you know, I mean, I would say was, not is, but I'm not, this guy doesn't seem like a big pussy guy, so I don't think he's going to understand definitions. And I look like a 90s movie villain. Hey, you guys see if you can make sense of it. And this guy's really into like black things.
He is the guy in a 90s movie that is an asshole. And the crowd, but he's only an asshole, so he gets knocked out with one punch and said a one-liner by the hero. And he gets up and he's like...
So even in this guy's fantasies about me, he's writing a shitty comic book. Why? Like, we need to drill down to the basis of Shane's obsession. There is a traumatic incident in this boy's childhood that hasn't been worked out yet, because every solution to his problem, which in this case is me, which is sad to begin with, is I have to have some kind of John Hughes movie, like punched in the face, and then the hero says a one-liner, and then that's going to make Shane feel better. Shane is like me when I was 10 years old, and when there was a problem in the movie, I thought maybe Hulk Hogan would come out and help everybody because I was a Hulkamania. Shane is like me when I was 9. So basically we're saying Aaron's the bad guy in a 90s movie who talks a bunch of shit and then gets punched in the face. First of all, let's be very honest, Shane. I could stand right in front of you, make full eye contact, and you wouldn't do a fucking thing. So Shane, you're into drawings. Don't talk tough. It's humiliating. But second of all, he's taking a long time to essentially say, I'm Elias Koteas. That's who I am. I'm the shitty bad guy in a movie who bullies the guy. Boy, Shane has an inferiority complex even in his own fantasies. So I'm the guy who's bullying and being snide and shitty the whole movie, but he's the dork who's going to finally rise up, and he's going to George McFly. I'm his Biff Tannen, and he's going to, hey, you, get your damn hands off her. You think Shane has like written comic books? You think he has? I bet you Shane has like a drawer somewhere that's full of comic books with him as a superhero in different parts of his life where he's beating up the bad guys, whether it's a girl who rejected him, a boss who didn't give him a raise, his parents who didn't let him go to the water park or get the same 10-speed bike the other kids got. There's a drawer somewhere full of that shit. And I'd pay to see it. All right, so I'm Elias Koteas. Continue, Shane.
You broke my nose. In the crowd, and you applaud. Like, he is that guy. And John thought I was an asshole when I said that. And I'm like, no.
I want to make it very clear. I don't think this guy's an asshole. I don't. I think he's boring. He's remarkably untalented. And he needs me to pump up his shit. But I don't think he's an asshole. I think you have to have, there needs to be a modicum of effectuality for you to be an asshole. This guy is a meandering boob.
No, John, you don't understand. God did that to him. Like, I can't help that.
God cast me as Elias Koteas in a 90s movie. All right. I will call Joel Schumacher and we'll get, by the way, he has a comic book where this is the plot.
Can't help
I'm
that.
now in one of his comic books. Does he write comics or does he just like go on the internet and whack off other grown men who write drawings?
Like he is that guy. His voice, his haircut. I mean,
I bothered the shit out of this guy. I really fucking bothered this guy. Holy shit. He's getting down to the hair and the voice and what he'd do to me if I was in a 90s movie. And all right.
Just, like he looks like he would put gel and spike his hair. I don't even think guys do that anymore. But
Guy Fieri, you piece of shit. How fucking dare you, Shane? Shane got bullied by a guy who gels his hair and spikes it, doesn't he? Maybe. You know what? We're starting to get to what Shane Davis's trauma is from childhood. Some guy in the late 90s, spiked hair, That's the guy he's punching in the face right now in his fantasy. Oh my God. Poor Shane got bullied by a guy in school. He had Guy Fieri, like the spiked hair, probably wore a shirt with flames on it. God, these comic book guys it's always the guys who were bullied by some jock guy, and then they see that guy in some clip or some video, and just all of that energy just starts rushing back into it. Shane, if you want to talk about this, buddy, like whoever that guy was, I promise you he's moved on. He can't hurt you anymore, and I'm not him. All right? I'm here to help. Whatever this trauma is.
If somebody said, without looking at him, what is his haircut? I'd be like, he spikes his hair with gel. That's what I think he does.
A crippling dissection from Shane Davis. Shane, this guy really came after your comic books and your hobbies, and he laid down a lot of truth bombs on you. Hit him back. It's time to really dissect this guy. I bet she does his hair in a way that I don't sexually approve of. What? Yeah, and I bet you he's like an Elias Koteas 90s John Hughes movie. He's Marv from Home Alone. Shane, you're not doing well here, buddy. Do you have anything else? Yeah, cuck. He threw up the Nick Rekieta bat signal in the sky, thinking he's coming to help Shane Davis. Shane, you're not a barely legal blonde drug addict. He ain't coming to help.
He just seems like he's that guy. And I'm not saying that.
It's a comb over, dick. Not spiking my hair. I'm losing it.
It's necessarily a bad thing. It's a combination of things. But in a movie, he's the guy that gets a broken nose and just bitches and has a Weasley voice. He seems like you.
I feel like I have a very masculine timbre to my voice, Shane. Out of all your complete dissections of my character, that cuts the deepest. I've always thought I was a deep voice guy. Weasley voiced. How dare I'm going to spike my hair and take your lunch money if you're not careful there, bub.
Have a briefcase full of money.
Oh no, I got to rewind. I'm sorry. I'm making fun of him too much. This part was funny to me.
And just bitches. And has a Weasley voice. He seems like he would have a briefcase full of money that's not his.
Fucking based and awesome. You know, this guy's a piece of shit. He looks like a guy who steals hundreds of thousands of dollars and then absconds with it. Fucking it. So, am I Elias Koteas or am I DB Cooper? I need to know which one I am. And did I get the briefcase full of money before or after your superhero character in your comic book punches me in the face and breaks my nose? I'm looking at this Shane guy. He's kind of got that comic book, middle-aged, slumpy shoulder, the shoulders slant down, like the no-shoulder look. Shane, just looking at you, I don't know if you could reach my face to punch me in my face. I feel like this is me putting one hand on your forehead and you swinging aimlessly at my midsection sort of a thing. But I'm sorry, last one.
Like, I don't know. Everything about this guy had, and I'm like, I felt bad when I noticed it. I'm like, this poor guy, he's the bad guy in a fucking 90s movie, but Nick's fucking the shit out of his wife.
Hey, come on now. We're divorced. And she left him too. It ended up poorly for the both of us, Shane. How dare you? Wait, so in this comic book, I'm losing my wife, but I have a briefcase full of money, and I got punched in the nose in the schoolyard, and everyone was cheering, and my nose got broken. Shane, I'm not trying to edit your work. I'm sure you're brilliant. That seems like you have too many storyline plots going on at once. I would drop one of them. And you forgot the part where the cokehead in the story lets his kid get into cocaine. You forgot that part of it. But hey, Shane, he might drop you a super chat. Might get yourself a little bit of that super chat money, my man. So that guy, that was his first one. I got a couple of clips of him today. His second one, and I'm going to speed this up because as you heard in that clip, this guy takes an hour and a half to make a point. So I'm going to put him on 1.5. He doesn't start with a very masculine voice to begin with, so we'll be fine. It's, by the way, another guy with a lot of that projection. He's got a weaselly voice, and he's a piece of shit. And it's like, Shane? Fuck. You've got a little bit of a Weasley voice, son. I'm sorry to tell you. So now Shane has a new conspiracy theory. All these people are making fun of his dad, Ethan Van Sciver. All of these people are saying he's a fraud who doesn't produce the books and everything else. Now, these guys have such a... Like, Eric July is to them what Aaron is to, like, Carl and Patrick and all these other people. He's the boogeyman. He's the boogeyman, and while he's just going along, doing his own thing, doing his show, has his community outside of those people, and just seems to be trudging along just like me, to this Shane and Ethan and these other guys, he is the devil. He is behind everything bad. I mean, it is beat for beat. Patrick and Carl with me is these guys with this Eric July. They can't stand that this guy is just seemingly doing fine, just kind of fucking off and doing his thing. They can't handle it. So anything bad that happens with them didn't actually happen. It was actually all this Eric July guy's fault. So the quartering of all people is dunking on this Shane and these comic book guys for being dorks. Now, when the guy who got kicked out of a Magic the Gathering league thinks you're a gay dork, it's time to self-evaluate, dude. But he doesn't see that. He sees Eric July is paying off the quartering. Now, the quartering is many things, but you accusing him of being an intelligent businessman is the most offensive thing you've said all day. Because as we know, the quartering gobbles that right-wing goy slop dick absolutely free of charge. And he's doing a mitzvah for his people. But this is Shane seeing Eric July behind me. So apparently Eric July is behind everything I'm doing. And the quartering. And again, the thing I'm most offended about is that he's associating the quartering and I.
Anyways, the quartering, and this is anti-CG over here that clips.
Anti-CG. CG is Comicsgate. That's their thing is Comicsgate. It's anti-CG. Ugh.
Geeky borders will probably hit me up on this. The only people to blame for the death of Comicsgate are the creators. We only need our July. Stop that.
Oh, he won't play. He's not going to play the Ethan Van Sciver clip of him saying. So this guy tweeted 257-hour streams about Eric July. 3 years of time. Oh, wow. 257-hour streams over 3 years' time. Ethan Van Sciver might be sadder than Patrick Melton. And that's hard to do.
The only people to blame for the death of Comicsgate are the creators. Whoever Mushi Moan, whoever that was right years ago when he pointed out the moment you monetize a hashtag is the end of the movement. I don't know why Jeremy's wanting to death and movement. I mean, this is
because he's a dork and he's into dork shit, and even dork guys are telling you that you dorks have gone too far with the dorkiness, and now you're dead dorks. Like, I'm not a guy who's into your gay shit. I just saw that you guys were all fighting each other about comic books on some Illicit Clips thing. And I just wanted to point out to the rest of the world that you guys are all lame as fuck. You got upset. You got mad. You started spurging out about it. So now we're making fun of you more. And the quartering is basically saying that's all you guys do now. Your movement is dead because all you guys do is you're people who don't make comic books bitching about people who make comic books while swearing you're going to get around to the making the comic books thing. I mean, I hate to say it, but rare quartering W.
A very crafted, thing. But, like, why is Jeremy wanting to go out here and do this? Like, I mean, who paid him? By the way,
who paid him? He's going to be at Whipple throwing dildos at SUVs pretty soon. I mean, this Jeremy, he's being funded to say that an internet community that no one's ever heard of is dead. Who's paying him? Is he under the thumb of Big Comic? Is Marvel out to destroy it?
don't give a fuck about Jeremy. He's a kind of a weird guy, but he was on Jack's show once, and we were on there, and he kept trying to really push Ben Shapiro's shit. And John was like, yeah, this superhero movie by Ben Shapiro looks bad. And
he loves Jews. He loves Jews and he loves Israel. And he slobs that Zionist knob for free, dude. If you know anything about Jeremy, he doesn't make a dime. He just does it for love of the game.
He was going off about the Gina Carano movie and this, and it all like went back to the Daily Wire shit. And I eventually, and somebody could go find that Jack show. I go, how much are they paying you?
Are they paying you more than a villain in a 90s movie?
He just kind of looked weird and changed the subject. And I was like, huh. And I was like, this guy's for sale. I mean,
by the way, guys like Shane are these guys that retell stories in a way that they didn't happen, but like he wants to believe they happened that way.
This guy, you can buy. I don't know how much.
You can't buy
this guy's for sale.
No, you can't. I'm going to give Quartering that credit.
Of the juice.
By the way, I'm not pausing. And I'm on 1.5 speed. This guy pauses that much.
My anger for the juice. He's a guy that's like OCD clipping everything. Ryan, anti-CG. Again, probably on payroll. A lot of this is not organic.
Everybody's
like out of the blue. The Quartering's going to come up with this take that lines up with Eric July on this day dropping 3 books.
Bro, if 2 people who don't know each other and then a third person who doesn't know you guys and another person who doesn't know you guys think you're a little insane and psychotic about your obsession with the black man who makes the comic book drawings, you guys might just be delusional psychopaths who are a little overly obsessed with the black guy because he's doing better than you. For this Shane, he's got 2 roads he can choose. He can choose, and I'm going to propose a third one. He can either go down the, oh, wow, we fucking suck and all these people are right. It's like the Dabbleverse. Once you get outside their bubble, everyone thinks you're insane. Or they're all on Eric July's payroll and Eric July is throwing good money at YouTube creators to have them make vaguely worded tweets. Or option 3, you're a gay dork and just put down the comic books. I'd go with 3.
At the same time. You get what I'm saying? Like on this day, the Quartering has this historic take. And when people are like, oh, we need to act professional and get along, and Eric July is going to do that take, do know this guy is asking Yellow Flash, the Quartering, Melanie Mack, hiring, and you've seen as much as him hiring, like, what's her name? Like his hype woman. What the fuck was her name? What is that woman's name? The geeky looking girl that her boyfriend reads comics. What the fuck was her name? Anyways, Eric will go hire.
Good reference. I mean, don't even try to figure out who it was.
People to talk his shit up. Well, that's fine. But it's like, there's just no way that Quartering's like, today's the day that I try to remind people.
It's all a conspiracy.
That, it's a dead movement. Because Eric July is.
So there you go. I mean, the rest of it's him just repeating himself for the next 3.5 minutes. That was 3 minutes on 1.5 speed. Holy shit, is that guy a slog? So that's Shane. He's convinced that Eric July is paying all of us. And I look, I can't speak for Jeremy. But Shane, I will tell you, I'm just doing it because I find you insane and funny to laugh at. That was it. I look forward to your response because I'm sure there will be one. Stutter Juice with $2 says, you're my favorite superhero, Captain Delusion. Oh, I got to him. You can always tell when you got to the Dabble people. They project. $5 from Garfield Bizarre Adventure says, Shane Davis does amateur fighting. Ooh, a tune-up before Skankfest. Maybe you can get Keemstar to fund a fight between you two. He also got into a fight with a FedEx driver and lost. I need to hear about this. Please let me hear about the FedEx driver that he lost a fight to. So now I understand where the 90s movie reference is coming from. You were the villain in the 90s movie, and you brought my 3rd edition Batman comic to me 14 minutes late It said on the tracking number that you would be here at 3:02, and it's 3:16, and I wanted my Batman comic, and you didn't bring it on time. And then finally the FedEx driver had enough and just beat the fuck out of this guy, and he cried in his driveway and then said, I'm going to be writing a comic book about this, only I'm going to be the FedEx driver. And now he's punching me in the face. But did he get the briefcase full of money? That's my question. So, look, I know I'm kind of picking on a dead dog here, but that guy was genuinely entertaining to me. Main Vein with $1 says it's hilarious how wound up you made that community. They have all completely lost their mind over you. I'm looking forward to the aftermath of this show. I'm going to tell you guys because I like you. You pay my bills. I respect you. So I'm going to tell you the truth of it. I'm literally doing this just to see what they do. None of that. I'm not going to think about this today on the basketball court. I'm not going to think about it while I'm running errands today. I'm literally doing it because, like, when I approach it, there's jokes and good humor, and I'm goofing on them. When they do it, it's like Patrick and Carl. When they do it, they're just mad. Like, they're angry. Like, this is an offense that's been committed that matters. And they all just kind of circle in and, like, close ranks around each other. And it's like, guys, fucking around. All right? Go write a comic book about what a big bad bully I am. I'll be the FedEx driver and you can knock me out this time. It'll be fun. People coming up with steel toe superhero names. The Dewlapper. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea. I don't know what that means. Veldrain with $1 says this guy is that lonely guy in an 80s movie sitting in a diner on a rainy night with Rod Stewart. Some guys have all the luck playing in the background. $1 from Mr. Sista. Oh, I don't want to be Kitty Girl. I don't want to be called Kid. Mr. Sisters with $1 says, Kitty Girl, to comics gays are like you and Quarter Pounder by wanting to diet off all the men's come at you. But you woo Moshi, I'd take that Medicare God dick any day. Thank you, I think. I think thank you, but I'm not sure. Balls Deep gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. All right, guys, thank you very much for contributing to this program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Ooh, 680 at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, push forward a little bit. Let's get to 700 today and call it a win for the toe. Before we go on to our next item, let's talk about Rumble Wallet. They can cancel your accounts, freeze your cards, decide what you're allowed to buy, say, or support. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. That's why financial independence matters more now than ever. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for real freedom. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. Buy digital assets like Tether, Tether Gold, and Bitcoin, all in one secure place. No permission, no middlemen, no cancel button. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip content creators securely, instantly, and without interference. This isn't a credit line they can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. Yours to protect your future. Yours to protect your family. When the system fails, when institutions turn on their own people, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom, ownership, and protecting what's yours. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now and step away from the big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true financial freedom. Rumble Wallet. There you go. Again, like, subscribe, follow. About 20 away from getting into that 700 number, which I'm very, very excited about. Thank you. Paul Willing says, like Rush Limbaugh says, mega dildos. There were mega dildos at the Whipple building. on Saturday. I would say mega dildos is pretty accurate. All right, guys, let's bust it up. Let's give those memberships. Let's throw in a couple of bucks to the old toe. We do know PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube and Rumble all work. Let's test all of it. Thank you so much. Mad Move says everything is tanking, shaking the cushions to scare people before the hyperinflation really hits. Fingers crossed, right? Hey, man, I know that a lot of guys, like, they spend too much time online. They turn into incels, and they start to think, oh, man, there's no good women out there, man. They're all whores. They're all on OnlyFans. They're selling cooter shots and shit. I'm here to tell you, there's still some real ones out there. There's still some good, like, down-ass bitches for you. And you don't need to give up, and you don't need to be angry, and you don't need to be upset. We got a story out of Chicago where a man was arrested. He got busted for a cocaine distribution operation, and they threw him in jail. And guess what happened? Did his woman pack a suitcase, load it with cash and cocaine, and head out the door and leave and start a new life somewhere else? Nope. She helped him while he was away, while he was in the can. She ran his drug empire for him. Now, if you ask me, it doesn't get any more loyal than that. You know, it reminds me of this person in this 90s movie I saw. After the head of a major cocaine distribution operation was shot in Chicago last fall. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I apologize. She got arrested. He got shot. The mother of his children allegedly stepped in to fill the void, delivering cocaine and running the operation as he directed it while recovering at home. He gets shot. He's laid up. He's at his most vulnerable. This is the best chance she'll ever have to leave the guy and get away from this life forever. And what does she do? She steps in and plays Heisenberg. She steps in and she's the boss. Joel Andrade, 34, and Maria Brenda Mora Hernandez, 32, are accused of leading a cocaine distribution network that operated across Chicagoland between October 2025 and January 2026, according to a federal criminal complaint unsealed this week in U.S. District Court. The couple faces charges alongside 7 others in a sweeping investigation that was built on wiretaps, undercover purchases, and covert surveillance operations. Damn, man. And he didn't marry her? Just the mother of it was baby mama. And she stuck around and she ran your coke operation, and he couldn't even marry her real quick. If they're out on bail, awaiting trial, marry her quick. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. I'm sure they've seized a lot of your assets. Go to the justice of the peace. Go to the courthouse. This is wife material. It doesn't get better than this. Plus, when you're in prison with all the big boys, you can say you're taken. Maybe it'll help. Court records allege that Andrade, known by the nickname Weedu, served as the central figure in the trafficking ring, while Mora Hernandez stepped up her role after multiple gunmen shot Andrade as he sat in a vehicle in the 2400 block of West 21st Place on October 8th. I'm just, I can't believe that he found the time to do all this while jumping between WWE and AEW. The real ones know. Both Andrade and Mora Hernandez are charged with conspiracy to possess at least 5 kilos of cocaine with intent to distribute. God damn. Multiple counts of drug distribution and firearm offenses. Oh, so their charges match too. This is like the most romantic cokehead, coke dealer story I've ever heard. Oh, you almost don't want them to go to prison. But then again, they did poison their entire community. Shit anyway, huh? By the way, Root says Wedo, it means white boy. Oh, so he's a white guy too. Okay, well, wow, this story keeps throwing me for a loop. You know what's funny? Is I went to the chat and I saw Roots write something that helped me understand the story better. Since this was in Chicago, I was going to say anyway, I wonder if Roots can help us out with this one. Sure as shit, he can. Mad Move says that's Scarface shit. No, it's not. Scarface's wife bailed on his ass. This guy has someone way more loyal to him than Elvira. Where you from, Baltimore? That sounds like a bird flying around. This movie is so full of just dumb, Cuban, retarded, funny lines. Just, Manny, come on, look at the pelican fly. Come on, pelican. Junior partner. You know what? Fuck you, man. Your wife is right, man. You are an asshole, man. Yeah, she would have never, like Scarface's wife, like she bailed on Frank after, she wasn't loyal to Frank. Tony had Frank murdered and she just went and married the guy. She should have stabbed him. I mean, she should have died for Frank too. And then as soon as Tony's in some trouble and he gets coked up as fuck and yells at her in a restaurant about her womb is so polluted, I can't even have a little kid with her, Manny. She leaves, she cries, she runs off as if she didn't marry two guys who were in the drug game. This woman, her guy gets shot. Does she leave? No. She starts running things. She probably curb stomped the guy to death with stilettos on. She was a real one, man. Roots says they call all white boys Wedo. Wedo. Wedo? So then I'm a Wedo then. They never called me Wedo in the joint. I'm not supposed to be here says this might be the best segment I've ever seen. Hey, the money says different. Throw a 20 at the toe. We appreciate it. No, you guys are doing great today. Thank you. I just wanted to be shitty. But I think the fact that she stuck around, yes, she deserves to go to prison. They're both rotten, terrible people who poisoned their community. But also, I think we can focus on the negatives of what they did while also acknowledging that this is an incredibly loyal woman who deserves like an odd modicum of respect for the fact that she didn't run. Because, okay, if she would have just found out about the drug operation and then took off, that's fine. That's perfectly understandable. I'm okay with that. But she knew about the drug operation the whole time. She stuck around. So as far as I'm concerned, she's part of it. But then when he got hurt and it seemed like things were going bad and she could have, cut herself loose and probably gotten out of it scot-free, she doubles down and says, not only am I still with you, I'll run the shit. I mean, that means something. That's adorable. Heartfelt. Root says, Aaron is a Hotito. I'm going to look it up, but I don't want to. Hold on a second. What does Hotito mean? It's highly likely a misspelling or phonetic spelling of one of the following. Jotito, Hotito, is the most likely candidate. It is the diminutive form of Hoto, which is a highly derogatory, vulgar slang term for a gay man. Thank you. Thanks a million. Appreciate that. Can't tell you how much it means to me. Potito in Spain refers to a jar of baby food. I don't think that's what he means. Yeah, I think I'm going to say that he means I think he means the gay one. I think he means the gay insult. Aaron is a culo flojo. Okay, well, all right. What is a culo? Let me make sure I get the spelling right. We're all going to call Aaron Spanish names now. Flojo. Culo flojo is a Spanish slang phrase with a few different, often derogatory meanings. You don't say. This one says lazy ass. Culo flojo is used as a slang to describe a woman who consents to sexual intercourse easily, or a prostitute, a Kim Nicholson in other words. Sexual act in some specific older or niche erotic context. It has been used to refer to a specific sex act of oral anal stimulation. So there are 3 definitions of that one. Then each one is bad as the last, if I'm being honest. Puta madre. Approachable says here, let me unsuper ball this. They're calling you a faggot. Oh, well, that makes sense.
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him, I'm like, well, you're gay.
Oh. See, I didn't understand what they were trying to say. Apparently, they're saying, I take it in the butt. 711 of you watching the show. Now I want 800. Rumble, you're about 30 off. So let's hit like and hit subscribe. YouTube, you're doing okay, but you could do even better. Let's do it. Like, subscribe, follow, throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. We got a perfect streak going, too. Like to keep that going. Let's talk about some of our friends, and then we'll get on to our 7 o'clock hour story. Lots of stories. Let's talk about some Epstein stuff this hour. We've got beef jerky now is a thing. I wish it weren't. Thomas Massie is going to Congress today to get the unredacted files. And he says if the Trump administration won't release them, he will. So protect Thomas Massie at all costs. Get him whatever shields and vests and helmets that he needs. Get him a private security to surround him at all hours of the day. We need to protect Thomas Massie. He's a national treasure. But before we get to any of that, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. And Greg and Stacy with everything you need for personal carry, hunting, home protection, you name it. They also handle the suppressor process from start to finish at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Go there, check out what they have. It's Midland Armory. Greg and Stacy, they're your hookup. Go talk to them today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our pals at All Care can come pick you up no matter what happens to you. You slip into the ditch, your car won't start, you get in an accident, no matter what it is. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And finally, Stoney's. They gave away a 65-inch TV last night as part of their Super Bowl celebration. You can go there this weekend and enjoy live music on the Fireball stage. Thursday is 250 cans. And it's a great place to go meet new friends or hang out with yours. Play some pool, play some darts, have a pizza, have a great time at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. The next big thing they've got coming up is that big St. Patrick's Day party. It's going to be huge at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. All right, let's get into it. You guys throw in a little something. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and we will have ourselves a great day today. How about in the next 5 minutes, we rally up with about 5 or 6 gifted memberships or a few little drops here and there, and then keep today looking really, really good. We do have a prosecution in a Minnesota fraud scandal. Finally, thank goodness. We did see that video from the former Project Veritas guy, James O'Keefe, where he was talking to FBI agents and they were all saying, we're not going to do shit about Somali fraud. Like, there's not going to be any prosecution. It would take years. Trump will be out of office by the time the cases even see a judge. Nothing's going to happen. This is all a big distraction. Now, that sucked to hear from actual FBI agents who were recorded undercover, but it's not surprising to me, and it's kind of what I thought would happen, that a lot of this stuff is just trying to, like, artificially being inflated in the news to keep us from talking about the bigger problem, which the fraud will always be there. The fraud will keep. We'll be able to deal with the fraud at some point. I think the number one thing is the satanic pedophiles that are running our country. That's what we should take care of first. Then the fraud thing will be waiting for us there. But instead, that's being used as a distraction from the satanic pedophiles running the country and doing satanic occult fucking rituals. A woman pleaded guilty to felony charges for her role in a massive criminal enterprise that billed the Medicaid program for phantom services. The name? Nasro Takal pleaded guilty Friday to 2 felony counts of aiding and abetting theft of Medicaid funds as part of a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. And again, this is just one. Not only that, in Minnesota, our welfare programs that are funded by Medicaid and stuff, these programs are going from like $14 million in funding in like 2016 to hundreds of millions of dollars in funds being used this past year. So it's not like the need for autism care grew that much, or the need for adult daycare or childhood daycare grew that much. We're just being ripped off to the tunes of at least tens of millions of dollars a year. The Pit Stop 66 investigation involved numerous Medicaid providers, including interpreters, drivers, and clinics. And yeah, let's not forget, it costs a lot of money to investigate, uncover this fraud, and prosecute it as well. So it's costing even more than the fraud number. She was charged in 2024 with 17 felonies as part of a multi-year investigation. Prosecutors say they billed the Medicaid program for phantom services from 2019 to 2021. They were accused of recruiting and exploiting Somali residents in Faribault to seek medical care in the Twin Cities that they did not actually need or were ineligible to receive. Prosecutors say they also used invalid and fabricated names to submit thousands of Medicaid claims for transportation and interpretation services covered by Medicaid, according to court records. Honestly, just get rid of these programs and we solve the problem. Because you're not going to stop Somalis from committing fraud. All right? They've got a problem in that community where they come to the land of milk and honey from a third world shithole where your kid might end up in a militia. And they go, well, we're going to have money. We're going to come here and we're going to make money by any means necessary. And they just rip us off and they rob us blind. And there's usually some liberal white lady behind it. And so I don't think you're going to educate the Somali community. You're not going to educate the fraud out of them. They're going to keep doing it. As evidenced of, they all have the same MO. Like, this is coordinated. This is organized. In fact, a lot of these people that defrauded one program have 3 or 4 other shell companies to defraud another Medicaid program. So this is not something you're going to get rid of. As long as the programs exist, they're going to fuck with them. So let's kill the programs. I mean, even if you kick every Somali out of Minnesota, guys, I'm still talking. Stop cheering. Even if you kick every Somali out of Minnesota, you're going to have whites and blacks and Latinos and Asians and people of all stripes who want to make a quick buck ripping off the government. It's the programs more than it's the people. Prosecute the people, send them to prison, denaturalize them, deport them. I'm totally fine with that. But you got to get rid of the program itself. The program is the apple in the Garden of Eden. The program itself is the temptation. Remove the temptation, remove the fraud. But the problem is so many different politicians get reelected on programs like this existing. And they would rather keep getting reelected to this gravy gig where they make millions of dollars, not in salary, but in perks, than solve a problem for their constituents. You know what keeps you in that cushy job? Solving problems for your constituents. They like that. But I guess it's easier to just let people commit fraud and use welfare programs as bribery to vote for them. Oh, and the guy on the other side, he's going to take away your welfare programs. How will you live? Prosecutors say that Tikal and other defendants targeted residents in the Faribault area because it was less than 60 miles from most Medicaid providers in the Twin Cities. This allowed them to maximize their Medicaid reimbursements and get grants for non-emergency medical transportation. So if you're wondering why they went so far from the Twin Cities, because you could go into the Cedar Riverside neighborhood, you can find a shitload of Somalis and you could just use them to defraud the government. But no, they wanted the extra transportation money. Just the Medicaid fraud money, that wasn't enough for them, the greedy fucks. They needed to get the busing money as well. Oh, my God. Tikal will be sentenced in October. She will be ordered to pay more than $300,000 in restitution. You think we'll ever see that money? I mean, just educated guess. You think we're ever going to see that money? Because I don't. I don't think that 300,000, just like, what's his name? What's the guy, the Wolf of Wall Street guy, Jordan Belfort. Jordan Belfort ain't paying back. By the way, if you want to see what a piece of shit that guy still is, look at how he's dodging paying all of his victims. That Jordan Belfort, like, that's a great movie and everything, but that guy's still a complete and total scam artist. He's still a total piece of shit. Jordan Belfort. Colts Walker, new to the show. Hey, guys, are you ranting and raving about Jews again? You're turning off all the new viewers. Colts Walker says, all the Jew talk, I feel like I'm in Myron Gaines' chat. Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But while these new people come in and Rumble, you're about 30 behind. So let's keep jacking up, not off, that thumbs up button. We're over 700. That makes me happy. But I want to see YouTube, you need to hit thumbs up. Rumble, you need to hit thumbs up and share. And throw a couple of memberships our way, if you don't mind. But what are you guys doing? Colts Walker says, I don't mind it, bro. LOL. All right, never mind. Keep going with your Jew stuff. That's Colts Walker's fine. By the way, I feel like today's shows have been good. I don't know if you think today's show has been good, but it's got me between a rock and a hard place because I switched back to Celsius powder, and no, that's not a code word for cocaine, rather than bubblers in the morning. Bubblers are like a third of the caffeine, and it was working really well. But I went to Costco the other day, and I needed to pick up a few things, and one of them was laundry detergent. And in that same lane are these Celsius powder packs that you put in your water. I'm way too jittery. I'm wired, dude. I'm just up. And I'm like actively trying to slow myself down. And it's really difficult. But I feel like it's also given a lot of energy and hype to the show today. So now I'm nervous. But we're not really making any money, so it wouldn't be that bad if I switched back to the bubbler. All right. I think we'll be okay. Colts Walker says, I am 100% in support of freedom of speech and freedom of opinion or expression. If I was easily offended, I would go hide on Blue Sky. Oh, well, let's gift Colts Walker a membership so he doesn't have to watch any ads, and let's see if we can't make the guy happy. What do you say? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're about to get into the Epstein stuff for today. Here we go. So I thought that I had already looked at the most horrifying parts of the Epstein files that I've ever seen. Apparently there's more. I mean, look, 3 million documents were released, and they've got 3 million more they need to release. So obviously, I don't think everyone's been through all of it yet. And it will probably take a really long time to get through all of it. But God, I thought that maybe the most horrifying stuff they'd throw out there first. That it wouldn't be like, crazy, evil, satanic shit. And then, wait a minute, a week later, more crazy satanic shit. I thought we would get all the main crazy satanic shit out of the way first. Not the case. There's more crazy satanic shit coming out. And I'm going to play this clip from Asmongold because this was kind of the most shortened and concise clip I could find about the beef jerky thing. So you guys know about Pizzagate being real, right? Like they were using pizza as a code word to traffic children. Epstein was doing it. The people remember when my whole thing was maybe a lot of these powerful people thought they were having sex with of-age people, but they were underage, and then they used that as blackmail. I was giving these people way too much benefit of the doubt. They all knew, not only did they know that underage girls were being trafficked to them, these assholes were coming up with code words to order it. One of the code words being pizza, but we also heard grape soda. We heard, I think there was like egg rolls. And now I want to introduce you to beef jerky. This is the newest thing to come out of the Epstein files. And, I saw Alex Stein tweet about this. That's how I saw it. And he said, how is this not the biggest news story out there right now? Well, it's not the biggest news story out there because that's on purpose. Because the demons in these Epstein files are part of the same group of demons that control what gets said in the media. And yes, I'm sorry if this makes people uncomfortable, Zionist Jews. and they're Goy allies. They're Goy Zionist allies. These are the people who are not putting the Epstein files on the front page. They're not putting the Epstein files on TV. In fact, I was talking to my dad, and I've talked to a few other boomers, and this is why it's good not to stay on the internet all the time. You got to go out and talk to people so you know what the zeitgeist is. You know what most people are talking about, because the internet focuses on very niche items. But I go and I talk to my dad, and I'm like, I feel bad for you boomers, man, in a way. And in a way, I don't. I said, the media you guys consume isn't telling you anything about the Epstein files. He didn't know anything about the most important part of the Epstein files, which is Kevin Brennan's in them. No. Wow, I'm in the Epstein file.
Wow.
So I told him, I'm like, you guys, I start going over the things in the Epstein files, and he's like, no, that's not true. He goes, you're being a conspiracy theorist. I go, that, and I just looked at him, I said, that's the problem, Dad. I said, you guys don't know shit, and then when we tell you the shit you need to know, we're crazy because you can't wrap your head around it. But it's not me being crazy and connecting dots where they don't exist. It's literally in black and white. It's right here. It's spelled out in an email. They're saying they did it. But because none of the news sources that boomers trust, or even Gen X for that, and parts of millennials, none of the media they trust is talking about this stuff because it's all compromised. So they think it's not happening. And I'll admit, when you tell them about pizza and you tell them about satanic rituals and babies and intestines and shit like that, it sounds nuts. It sounds like I need to be in a funny farm. I need to be in a hospital of some sort for my own protection. But it's in there. It's black and white. It's what's going on. And that's part of the PSYOP. Part of the PSYOP is make the people telling the truth look like they're crazy. And then when they get proven right, don't talk about it. You'd think it's an accident that just before the Epstein files were ready to come out, Larry Ellison bought CBS News and installed Barry Weiss as the head of it. By the way, did you see what CBS News tried to report this weekend? That the Epstein files and Jeffrey Epstein was a Russian agent. And by the by, there's a reason they're trying to involve Russia in this. Vladimir Putin is an Eastern Orthodox Christian who's been telling the American people, your government is compromised, and it's compromised by Jews and Israelis. They've got your leaders blackmailed. Like Vladimir Putin has been telling us this. There's a reason they don't want us listening to Putin. There's a reason that they're demonizing Putin like he's Joseph Stalin. And it's not because, oh, we care about Ukraine. We don't give a shit about Ukraine. It's land that they want to control. It's not about Ukraine or anything like that. It's because Vladimir Putin is telling us what's going on. What we should be doing is getting the Pope to talk with the patriarch of the Eastern Orthodox Church, uniting the two Christian churches and basically going on, I won't say war, but for lack of a better word, going to war with these Satanists. Like, what is Christianity if not a tool to fight off Satan? Satan is occupying the American government right now through blackmail and satanic dark rituals, and it would be nice if Christianity would stand up and fight against it. This Pope has a chance to really make his mark and go after these people. But I don't think he's going to do it. And again, boomers aren't getting any of this information, so when we go and tell our parents, they think we've gone insane. This is Asmongold finding out about the beef jerky thing. And by the way, this face is perfect.
Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey.
We'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Nobody talks that way about beef jerky. In fact, nobody ever emails about beef jerky. That's something that can wait until you see the person. Like, hey, man, I made some jerky at home. First of all, if your friend is making his own jerky at home, it's a mild red flag. You don't need to immediately take action, but it is probably a sign of depression that they're making their own beef jerky.
Well,
really, if they're eating too much beef jerky in general, it's probably a sign of depression.
Walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around? Why would it do that? Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very
No, who has beef jerky for lunch?
grateful above all for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't ruin checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do.
Oh, that's not pedophilia. That's like they're killing the beef jerky, and they're going to keep the beef jerky on ice for some kind of beef jerky ritual that they're doing. Oh, God. See, like, why can't we? This is the craziest part. We have all the names. If we were still a good, just Christian society, we'd unredact all the names, or at the very least, we would have a truth commission, or maybe we need to reinstate the Inquisition. The Inquisition was pretty based when we first did it, but maybe we restart the Inquisition, and all of these people who are in on these emails, we send them to their maker. We enact God's justice. The Pope can do this. The Pope can launch a crusade or an Inquisition and just take away that black strip across that name, find out who that person is, because they're harming children and taking part in the harming of God's children. We can end them.
There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in the downstairs freezer.
Nobody would talk this way about. First of all, you don't need to freeze jerky. It's preserved through the dehydration process. But J.E., Jeffrey Epstein, dude, no, this is, I mean, if you think this is about their actual dietary habits, you've lost the plot. But like the darkness, like how, and by the way, these emails were in 2012. These people were working with this guy after he went to jail for soliciting minors. I mean, you're still associating with the guy. That alone is enough for you to be condemned.
Why would you freeze jerky? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky.
That's clearly age. That's clearly age.
I gave you all the jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive.
This is like people being like, yeah, do you have the snow that I ordered? You know, this is like people ordering drugs through a fast food drive-thru and using their little code words.
Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So
yes,
logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky?
And this is the gross part. Even the people releasing these files are still protecting the evil people doing this because they're putting black bars over the names. There should be no redactions. None. The victims have all said, please release these unredacted. I don't care if people know what happened. I just want justice. So I think even the people redacting these files and not doing anything about the names that they see that they're redacting, they're now complicit in all this too, and we can remove them from the halls of power as well. No jobs for them.
And that's from Jeffrey Epstein.
Because this is a moment in history where you have to stand up and be accounted for. This is a one side or the other moment. You can't do the Nazi defense of, I was just following orders. Well, I redacted it because my boss told me to. Nope, you got to stand up and be accounted for. You saw who this was, you saw what they were doing, and you chose to still be on the side of evil. And you have to be held accountable for that.
Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called guys, the restaurant
called Cannibal. A restaurant called Cannibal. They're eating babies. We need to stop them. This comes before Somali fraud. This comes before anything. These people need to be removed from power.
Called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. Can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible. If the main house is not enough. Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky at all? No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. Who sent?
You'd think with all this beef jerky that he's talking about, we'd be able to get a picture or two of the guy chomping on some beef jerky. But to no avail. No beef jerky from Jeffrey Epstein. Here we are. When's anything going to happen? I guess maybe if they shut off our cell phones and ban the internet, maybe we'll get to go after the beef jerky guys. I don't know. $1 from Los Federales says, I was at the protest with you, Aaron. You were so brave. You taught everyone how to protect themselves from the flying dildos. I took a picture to capture the moment. Not all heroes wear capes. Check your ex. Oh, well, Los Federales took a picture of me at the protests protecting people from the dildos. Let's take a look at the photo, shall we? That's not me. No, don't clap for that. That is an AI image. That is fake. What are those wheels that I have on my shins? My pants are torn, apparently, from me vigorously defending everyone from the dildos. This person is dressed way too short-sleeved for the weather. This person skips leg day. None of this is real. And that's not what Whipple looks like at all. So this is not a real thing. That's not how I was dressed. I was wearing a black coat. So that is not an image of me at Whipple on Saturday. And you know what? If you don't want to believe me because you think it doesn't make me look bad enough or gay enough, how about let's just go with the fact that I could not support my own body weight at that angle with the way my arms are. How about that? So you still get to insult me, but I'm not protecting the protesters from flying dildos with my asshole wide open. Is that a good compromise? Can we... Jim Turner writes, 100% real. I believe that image. It's not a real image. The Bob Bank says, needs more chins. Look, whatever. I mean, whatever makes you not believe it. Tall Mountain says, too athletic and fit, to be honest. All right. Look, again, whatever causes you to cast doubt on that picture, I am okay with. T. Jefferson says, sure, Aaron, Los Federales wouldn't lie. No, he would. No, he 1,000% would lie. Chips and Diff says, Widow's Peak, dead giveaway. Colts Walker says, it is very important that you point out that the image is not real, apparently. Yes, I'm fighting for my life here. I'm not going to not make any money and then also be humiliated. One or the other. If you're going to humiliate me, we got to make more than, $60 today? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I don't want to be at that part of the show, but here we are. Hey, Rumble, you got up there. 725 of you checking out the show right now. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. I need somebody who's going to throw in a couple of bucks on today's show. So let's keep hitting like till we find that person. 725 for today. Let's see if we can't get to 800. Thank you. Let's talk one more time. Let's make some money here, huh? What do you say? They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you. They control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold, on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That's power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. The wallet is yours forever. Rumble Wallet. Thank you, guys. 722 watching the show right now. Let's turn that into gold for the grandkiddies. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But while you're doing that, click one of our links. Throw a little something in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, or Rumble Rants. Really would be nice to see some money coming into the old toe. Very excited about today's show. I was very excited when I woke up today. We had a nice 20 from Michael right off the bat before the show even started, which was great. Which I guess means we that even makes our performance right here look even worse, I suppose. But either way, thank you guys. Let's do it. And let's do it with a smile on my face. And, hopefully you like throwing out a little reward for the toe. All right, let's talk about the Thomas Massie thing. We need to protect this guy at all costs. We need to make sure that nothing happens to old Thomas because he's going for it, man. He's the guy climbing up out of the trench, and he's going to make that sprint through no man's land to try and take out the enemy. He says that the law that he and Ro Khanna got passed says that the Epstein files need to be released unredacted. And if they don't release them unredacted, Thomas Massie says that he's going to release them himself. He will go to Congress or the Congressional Library. He will start taking pages unredacted and releasing them to the public. I hope he does. I hope he doesn't die for it. And I hope we get to see, because again, I don't think it matters. Like, the elite don't want it released because they're like, oh, we don't want people to know who's up to our Satanist bullshit. But it's like, nobody's going to do anything anyway. Like we've seen with the release of these Epstein files, here's what it's been. People who want to know. People who want to live in a real world where they know what's going on, no matter how depressing it might be, so they can know who to focus their frustrations on. They're going to know, and they're going to be angry about it, and they're going to be upset. But most of the general public is not going to care. Most of the general public, you can tell them exactly what all of these people are, and the powers that be, these Satanists that are in control, they have got people fighting each other left and right to such a degree that they will defend their side even when they're pedophiles. 1,000%. You watch quartering, all these people who thought that the Turning Point USA halftime show wasn't dog shit just because they're righties. I mean, the people who control us have convinced us that fighting over halftime shows is patriotic. You think they're all going to agree to go after a bunch of satanic pedophiles drinking baby blood because Thomas Massie released a few documents? No, these people are hopeless. They're done, and they think we're all the stupid ones. So they've won the propaganda game. They've got them fighting over Somalis. They've got them fighting over halftime shows. They've got them fighting over elections like they matter. So I'm rooting for Thomas Massie. Go in, get those unredacted files. But don't think that if he does it, and do it because it's the right thing to do. But if you think that he's going to do it and then all of a sudden there's going to be a great awakening in this country, I just don't think so. I wish, man, I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't think so. Here's Thomas Massie on CNN this weekend.
Ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms.
So now he did say that he's going to go today and he's going to get these names. And well, or at least some of them, because he doesn't have enough time in the day to go through that many files, but he's going to get as many as he can. And God bless him for that. And honestly, if Thomas Massie isn't a choice for me to vote for president in 2028, I might not vote in 2020, because no matter what, I'm choosing a satanic pedophile or someone who will cover up for them. And I'm not comfortable with doing that. So if it's not Thomas Massie, I'm probably out. But maybe somebody can convince me. And that's the other thing. Like, I want to be convinced that this can turn around, that we can change things. I don't see it. I just don't see it happening. Bunch of fags in YouTube chat on TPUSA saying, "We are Charlie," says Abel Graham. Yeah, I saw that too. Charlie would have wanted this. Really? Charlie would have. Well, then why'd you guys kill him? What? If this is what Charlie would have wanted, couldn't you have kept him alive and not killed him so that he could have watched it? Now you guys are doubly mean. Me So Horny says Thomas Massie is just giving you all false hope. No, don't mistake this for hope. It's not that I have hope. It's that I just want all the information out there so that people who keep ignoring these files, we can hold them accountable. Like the quartering is out there, ball washing the Epstein files. They're not. You guys stop focusing on this. We have bigger problems. Who was the other guy? I think we have a clip. Oh, Portnoy. Dave Portnoy not helping the stereotypes. Dave Portnoy was confronted about the pizza and everything else, and he's like, "That's just stupid. What are you talking about? It's not even, you're babbling at me." And it's like, all right. But he's so dumb. Like, Dave is so stupid. He thinks, like, if you bring up Pizzagate, that it's going to threaten his pizza business. Bird Collector says Charlie is alive, fake death. How about the Epstein is still alive evidence, huh? How about that? Did you see the Xbox Live shit? Apparently his Xbox Live, oh God, what was the game? Fortnite. His Fortnite account was active until like Thursday. Not like it was turned on when the files came out and now it's been turned off. No. Since before he was dead, the Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account has been active up until a few days ago. A document came out this weekend. Statement announcing Jeffrey Epstein's death emerges from the files, but it's dated a day before he supposedly killed himself. The document issued by the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Now, that's the office that's accused of covering up a lot of these files. Dated Friday, August 9th, 2019, states that Epstein had already been found unresponsive and pronounced dead. But prison records and official accounts show that Epstein was not discovered unresponsive until the morning of August 10th, 2019, when a corrections officer delivering breakfast found him in his cell. There's also the guy who gave sworn testimony that he said, no, Jeffrey Epstein was taken out of his cell by some men on the day he was supposedly killed. And then you have the Xbox Live. You see what I mean, though? Like, if people haven't read this, if people don't know this stuff, if they're not looking for it, they're going to look at you and go, you're crazy. And I probably am. Let's keep that in mind, too. I probably have been driven psychotic by some of this stuff. But it doesn't mean I'm not looking at it, reading it, and seeing it. And what am I supposed to do? Just ignore it? Pretend it doesn't exist? And just believe something that I know isn't true? I can't go about life that way. Redbird with $10. Thank you so much, Redbird. That is so incredibly helpful. Thank you to anybody contributing to today's show, man. That means a lot. That money is what keeps this show going. So thank you, Redbird. They know they are safe because they could release it just before the Super Bowl. And you all still gleefully sat down and gave them your time and money to enjoy your distractions. I don't think there's anything wrong with distractions. I think it keeps you sane as long as you know the bad stuff. As long as you know the shit these people are doing and you keeping an eye on it, I don't think there's anything wrong. You need a distraction when you're dealing with shit this high level. $1 from Silverwolf says, well, I mean, they released the Power Rangers and Hatsune Miku in Fortnite. Can't let death stop from getting that collab. Well, of course not. I'm not going to make reckless statements like that. Dinosaur Fuel says someone checks it down Hussein's Fortnite account, see if he's still alive. I don't know what that, like Saddam? $1 from Redbird. Thank you so much, Redbird and Silverwolf and everybody throwing money at the toe. I appreciate, again, you guys keep us going, and I appreciate it. Redbird with $1 says anyone that's pissed about the files can't even find the will to get involved in their local politics or even contact your representative, have forfeited the right to complain. What are you going to complain to? I mean, how do you know all of them aren't compromised? I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't think there's a judicial or political answer to this problem. I think the level of evil that we're dealing with is so bad that I don't think it can be legislated away. I don't think it can be judged away or anything like that. I think, unfortunately, it has to be, it dealt with in more of a Batman fashion, if you will. Jim Turner says, Joe Rogan is now on the other side. He was shown the light. I saw his parts of his podcast with Mike Benz. In fact, we have a video up about it. We have our own coverage of it on the channel. Go check it out. It was, look, Joe Rogan took hundreds of millions of dollars from a couple of Jewish guys that run Spotify. And now he's having on a lot of the people who are in the Epstein files and people who have covered for the Epstein files. And now he's beholden to those people. And it's too bad. You see Tim Dillon, you see Theo Vaughn, you see Kurt Metzger try to talk some sense into Joe. I mean, Joe Rogan used to be the number one conspiracy guy right up there with Alex Jones. And now all of a sudden he's buying the government edict on shit. While all these other guys are trying to come out. His friends are going, Joe, that's not the way it is. Well, I don't know about that. Somebody tried to criticize Peter Thiel. Greg Fitzsimmons on a recent episode tried to criticize Peter Thiel, and Joe shut the podcast down. He's like, all right, we're done. I think we're done. It was really unfortunate. Rogan, Fitzsimmons, Thiel. Let's see if we can find that clip here. Peter Thiel went on Rogan last year. Okay, we know that one. Oh, yeah, Joe Rogan also had lunch at Peter Thiel's house. But, yeah, there's a clip I saw of Jamie was looking something up about something that Peter Thiel's doing. And Joe Rogan just went, all right, I think we're done. And Greg Fitzsimmons is like, whoa, really? We're done already? Oh, no. Rogan thinks that the Pizzagate stuff is actually about kids eating pizza. God damn it, Joe.
Those emails are bananas.
They're not explained.
They're talking about young kids who are going to be coming to a party to have fun. They're talking
They'll
about
be in the
pizza
pool, and they will
hot
be there
dogs.
for sure. $65,000 worth of hot dogs flown from Chicago for a White House party.
The whole thing is like very weird.
Did you ever see the archived Instagram post from James Alefantis' Instagram?
No,
because that's a dark place. So that there's so many layers to.
James Alefantis is the owner of Comet Ping Pong Pizza, who might have been keeping all of the files on the Pizzagate stuff. That guy who came in to shoot up Comet Ping Pong, he fired one shot inside the pizzeria. It happened to go through an employee coat closet and hit a computer hard drive and fry the whole thing. Son of a bitch, huh? That crazy right-winger.
Pizzagate that they tried to cover up intentionally for very good reason.
Well, how about the logos?
Well, the thing is, I avoid, in the way I've talked about it, I've avoided all the symbols and logos and even some of the pizza stuff because I think there's so much more ripe, clear evidence that is way more powerful.
All right. So Joe comes into this one-footed, and then when it gets too close to his elite buddies, he backs off. I mean, that's almost worse than just straight up covering for it. Because Rogan's like, I know this is fucked up. I know this is wrong. I know this all looks bad. And then they go, well, here's the details, here's the this, and Peter Thiel. And then he goes, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not really sure what's going on. I might not be the right guy to talk about this. Oh, man. Hobo says, Aaron would spend 65 grand in hot dogs and pizza and not even touch a child. I mean, it's a fat joke, but at least I'm moral in the joke, so that's... I mean, I guess I'll take it, Hobo. 726 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, and maybe somebody will click on this that'll throw in a Rumble rant or some gifted memberships or some super chats or some PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Please and thank you. As you can see, I've definitely... I haven't been on it too heavy today. Oh, I missed a bunch. Walter with $10 over on Venmo. They're getting on the Venmo today. It says listening behind but enjoying the show. Thank you, Walter. $5 from Walter says the Epstein files are the one thing, but what did your dad think when you told him about the frugal gourmet? I still haven't told my dad about the frugal gourmet. I probably should. And Marshall with $20. I can't say that word, Marshall, but thank you for the 20.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Hey, thank you, Venmo. We're back on track for today. Guys, now's the perfect time to keep that rally going. Thank you, boys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. And thanks again. Like and subscribe. If you can't chip in any monetary contributions, we always appreciate you guys throwing us a like. Thank you so much. So Thomas, speaking of Thomas Massie, we got one more clip. Then we got Portnoy running cover for Pizzagate, which is always a great look. Thomas Massie was making a speech in Oldham County, Kentucky. He's his district, and they snatched the microphone away from him. The Republican Party is about to turn on this guy. Massie's going to have to run as an independent because he's nowhere near a Democrat. In fact, Massie is the one guy who warned us that if we print all this money during COVID to give out these stimulus checks, it's going to crater the economy and cause runaway inflation, which anybody could have seen. In fact, when we were on the radio back then, I said, I'm like, just keep everything open. Let's roll the dice and just let it run. Like, it'll be okay. Sick people stay home. Older people stay home. We'll get through this. And we would have. Some places did. But instead, we printed fuckloads of money. We cratered the economy. It was the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealthy since 2008. Probably since the Great Depression. Maybe ever. And unfortunately, we had one guy. We had Thomas Massie speaking out against it. And now we've got Thomas Massie being a guy who's like, look, I don't care about your politics. This is bigger than Democrat, Republican. We have to stop these satanic pedophiles. And what did they do in Oldham County?
You are a congressman. You work not for the Speaker of the House. Okay. I work for you.
Welcome to the next bit, baby. Oh, yeah.
So they took the mic away from him because he was going against Speaker Johnson. He was going against the Republican Party narrative. Good for him. And to like rip a sitting congressman's mic away from him when he comes to your county like delegation, what a prick. He was also calling out Donald Trump for shitting on his wife, which, I would too. I would too if somebody was like publicly like, yeah, he's a big time lib now because his wife's a lefty. Like, no, fuck that. I'm going to fire back on that one too. By the way, his wife voted for Trump 3 times. Thomas Massie had a microphone snatched right out of his hand Friday as he spoke at the Oldham County, Kentucky Republican Party's Lincoln Day dinner. Massie was in the midst of saying, if you are a congressman, you work not for the Speaker of the House. I work for you. Pointing to the audience when event MC and State House Speaker David Osborne decided he'd heard enough. Osborne grabbed the mic away as someone yelled, "Welcome to the snake pit, baby." Massie then walked off in solidarity with supporters who left the event because he'd been cut off. Massie told the paper that he joined supporters for drinks at Ernesto's Mexican Cuisine in LaGrange. I said, well, if they're going to walk out for me, I'll walk out and meet with them. That's a guy right there. Oldham County Republican Party Chair Blaine Anderson said Massie's mic was taken only because he had gone over his allotted time limit. No. I've seen people at different events. I've covered stuff like this before, and I've seen people go over their time. They get a little warning. They get a little nudge. Hey, you're running out of time. And then they kind of gently nudge you to wrap it up. They don't go, give me the fucking mic, you piece of shit, especially if you're a sitting United States congressman. They didn't like what he was saying. This, like, Trump God following needs to stop. Look, you can like the guy. You can vote for the guy. I voted for him. I want him to do a good job. But it is really important as his supporter that you call him out when he's not doing a good job and to not make excuses for him. That's an enabling, abusive relationship you're in. You know, because Democrats are never going to say he does a good job. They're always going to say he's a piece of shit. So their opinion really doesn't matter that much. It's biased. But if you criticize him, then he's got to do something different. But if you're going to rip the microphone out of people's hands because they want to say that we can do better, you're never going to improve. Massie called Anderson a great guy, and he didn't blame the chairman for the mic incident, but he's swimming upstream, Massie said. There's some Massie derangement syndrome in Oldham County among the establishment. Massie has stood firm in his call for a full release of the Epstein files, condemned U.S. involvement in Iran, and denounced Trump's one big beautiful bill last summer. And you should oppose the big beautiful bill. It was a giveaway. It was a shitload of spending. I mean, the big beautiful bill cut out almost all of the Doge cuts. And I mean, what did he do other than eliminate some tax credit that would make everybody's health insurance more expensive? Mine went up by about $108 a month for me and my kids. So again, like I don't exactly know what that big beautiful bill did to help. Coltswalker says you all bash Trump like a bunch of groypers. I like to think that I'm remarkably fair to the president that I voted for. I like to consider myself a consumer of a product. I bought something or I subscribed to something. I would like to get what I wanted. I am a customer. And if I'm not happy, I'm not just going to choke down the slop that I'm fed. I'm going to let you know that I don't like what you're doing. $2 from Bulls Deep says Spudmo, Russet Pal, Tuber Chats. Hey, guys, we appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to make a song. I'm going to make my own rally song. And yes, it's going to be AI, but I'm going to write it, and I want to have it ready for tonight's show. I hope you guys will enjoy it. Balls Deep with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Youngling Slayer with $2 says Trump is a K-commie. He will forever be a New York Democrat. $4.99 from Pray by 12 says Osborne couldn't give Massie an extra minute to defend his wife. You should have played the whole thing. That 20-second clip is what was going around Twitter. That's what I have, my man. Thank you guys very much for those contributions. We're coming down nicely. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. And gifted memberships, of course. Angela just got that last one. RP says, did Crutches quit? No. We mentioned it earlier in today's show. Johnny had a loss in his family. He is going to be gone for as long as he needs. I told him yesterday, I will just assume that you're not going to be back until you let me know. You don't need to call in every day. Don't worry about it. Get all your family stuff together and take care of yourself and take care of all that. Yeah, that was too bad. Johnny was upset yesterday, and understandably so. Again, he had a loss in his family, and he'll be back when he's back, essentially. Let's make a little more money here, and then let's go right back to the Dave Portnoy thing. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee. Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus with no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free and mold-free. You're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. 1775coffee.com. All right, you guys keep rolling. You keep doing your thing. Appreciate you supporting the show, and we'll get out of here with a great start to our week. Appreciate you guys. Oh. Start the rumors. Johnny is joining a show with the... No, Johnny is. Jim Turner says Johnny made a moral choice to quit because he loves Comicsgate so much. That is not anywhere near accurate, sir. How dare you? Johnny did not quit the show in solidarity with Comicsgate. That is a disgusting, awful rumor. People saying Johnny's going to join the show and be the puppet. It's not okay. Not okay. Abel Graham says, Crip Daddy died from being stoned and choking on a piece of pizza. Would be ironic if Johnny died similarly. Crip Daddy. You know who I was thinking of? Crip Mac. I don't want us to lose Crip Mac. Crip Mac is a goddamn national treasure, if you ask me. Jim Turner in the YouTube chat making up all kinds of terrible rumors about Johnny. How dare you? Somebody decided to get a hold of Dave Portnoy in the lead up to the Super Bowl, and they wanted to ask him about Pizzagate. Now, Dave does a thing where he reviews pizza. He goes to pizzerias and he reviews pieces of pizza. He's even released his own one-bite pizza. I've never seen it anywhere, but I don't even know if it's still around. But pizza is kind of a gimmick of his. So when this guy came to confront Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports about Pizzagate and all the Epstein files, I don't know if Dave Epstein. Yikes, that was a Freudian slip. Oh, boy. I don't know if Dave Portnoy was just being Jewish and obfuscating, or if Dave Portnoy is really just a big dumb retard and didn't understand that this guy was trying to talk to him about the Epstein files and Pizzagate. My theory is that Dave Portnoy is afraid to read the Epstein files. He's afraid to educate himself on the Epstein files because there's a lot of unfortunate, harsh truths in there. And I don't know if he can keep accusing everyone of being anti-Semites all the time every time something awful about Israel comes out. So Dave Portnoy, you guys can decide if he's doing some Jewish mind control here, if he's obfuscating on purpose, or if Dave Portnoy is just a big dumb retard who was worried that his pizza brand is going to be damaged and doesn't really understand what this guy's talking about. Let's hit play on this.
Dave, is it upsetting? I'm an Italian. I love pizza. It's my favorite food. Is it upsetting that it's some sort of code language for the elites when they're referencing children? Have you seen that? And they're confirming that it is. Is that kind of concerning?
You're talking a different language. Make it make sense.
He just did. Dave, do you find it troubling that as a guy who promotes pizza, that the elites use it as a code word for child trafficking? You don't know that? I hate it when people don't know shit and then they treat it as like an endearing thing or a point in their favor. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about, so that makes me above it. No, that's literally the definition of the word ignorance. You're ignorant, dog. You're ignorant.
There's code words, children, pizza. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, they're using the term pizza. These elites in these emails.
What? Who?
All right, fine, Dave. You want to be a dick? Jews. There. That's what I would have yelled at him. I would be like, Jews, Dave. Sorry. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to come out. I watched an ad where somebody put a blue square on a backpack So I didn't want to say dirty Jew, but Jews, Dave. Jews are using that language to traffic children. I'm sorry. By the way, you would think such a small portion of the population, like there just wouldn't be enough of them to be as high a percentage in this type of shit as they are. It would be like if in America, a shitload of Hindus were just into some powerful next level sacrifice shit.
A big part of the internet.
What?
A big part of the internet.
Speak English. Tell me what you're talking about.
There's a conspiracy. There's a
conspiracy
theory.
Theories. I don't do conspiracy theories.
So pizza's not.
You know what was a conspiracy theory? COVID came from a lab. You know what was a conspiracy theory? America knew about 9/11 in advance. You know, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, Dave, and especially the last 6-7 years or so, a lot of them have been seeming to be coming true.
Pizza, I eat pizza, it goes in my mouth. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm asking if is it concerning that.
Concerning what? I'm going to eat pizza.
Isn't it weird when Jewish guys pretend to be fake Italians? It is kind of strange, isn't it? Like Henry Winkler as the Fonz, and you found out when you were older, like, oh no, that's just like a nebbish Jewish guy, you know? And then Dave Portnoy's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I eat the pizza, I put it in my mouth, it goes in there, gabagoo. And then all of a sudden you go, I think Israel's a really shitty country. How dare you throw pennies at me on the sidewalk while I'm eating pizza? Oy vey, I've been assaulted. Hey, Dave, what about Jewish pedophiles trafficking children to the elite? Hey, what do I know about pizza? I'm just eating the stuff with the meatballs, and I put it in with the sauce, and then I eat it, and it goes in my tummy, and I shit it out. Like, it's amazing how this guy can chameleon himself when he needs to. And, of course, this douche bought New England Patriots replica Super Bowl rings. Of course.
Talking theories, conspiracies, moon landing. I eat pizza.
Nobody said the moon landing.
No, I do too. I'm just saying.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, why can't you explain it?
I did explain
No,
it.
you didn't.
Well,
there's
Fine, Dave. Jews are trafficking kids. Your thoughts? Because if I say that to you, you're instantly going to go, oh, there you go. Now all of a sudden he's not, hey, I eat pizza and I eat pizza with Christopher Columbus. Because the minute I say that, you're going to go, oy vey, another show. You might as well be throwing us in the ovens again. What are you doing? That's why, Dave, because if he comes at you correct and tells you what's going on, you're going to play victim. This way he comes to you and you play dumb. You play dumb Italian. Hey, I got rocks in my brain and rocks in my shoes. I can't see the suns in my eyes. I got my...
People in
they had a whole theory called Pizzagate. Pizzagate, Dave.
Eat pizza. That's
Pizzagate. A lot of people
think
think Pizzagate, David.
I'll see you, bud. Mr. 491, please.
I mean, he got really fired up for a pretty simple question, didn't he? I mean, that was a really aggressive response. Something tells me Dave knows exactly what that guy was talking about, and he no want to say.
Was 100% a valid question. Is it disheartening that is, the term?
I knew Blind Mike wasn't really blind. That son of a bitch. God, I knew it. It's been a gimmick this entire time. I don't know. He might make more money on his show one time than I make on my show one time. I might need to, I should probably think of a gimmick. I should probably get out. Maybe I blind myself. Maybe I become trans blind. That might be the way to go. He's out there confronting Dave Portnoy. I'm out there hucking dildos with all the lefty protesters. Who's really winning at that point? It's time to admit it. Balls Deep says, I can think of 5,999,999 conspiracy theories. That's interesting because I can only think of 109 of them. Hobo Chili says, hey, if you guys were so smart, you would have won the war. I mean, look, when the guy's got a point, the guy's got a point. All right, guys, go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Just a little bit further, really. Just a little bit further. And by the way, if you want to send in some lyrics to the rally music that I'm going to create today, it's going to be AI slop, but I'm going to try to do the best I can and make a good try to make a video with it too. I'll play around. Fatty Royce Buckle says, I thought potato was your gimmick. That's true, but the potato pockets, you know, they ain't stuffing a lot of money in the potato pockets, you know. They've done okay, but, you know, I need a better gimmick, I think. Reformed Rapscallion says Aaron's alter ego is Good Bunny. I'll let your imagination figure out what he gets up to. Don't let their imaginations run wild. Chips and Diff says, did you say out there sucking dildos? I did not. I said hucking. Hucking dildos, not sucking dildos. Those dildos had been thrown all over the street. You suck on one of those dildos, you're getting a gravel breakfast with a side of shame, okay? Dinkelman says, so what you're saying is it's just going to be Eric Church lyrics. I mean, I welcome your input. Pray by 12, thank you for $10. So much thank yous. What? So much thank you. So much thank yous. This is why I appreciate it. Pray by 12. 999 says, sent DM of Massey's speech, 7 minutes more America first than any GOP representative. We'll get to that later in the show. I think a 7-minute speech is a long way to go, but I appreciate it, and we will get that played for you at some point in today's show. Now they're saying, Aaron, hucking and sucking. Or no, I'm sorry, hucking and chucking the dildos. I'm not hucking. I'm not hucking and chucking. I'm not. See, even in the Rumble chat now. By the way, hit like on YouTube because we've been spending more time with you guys lately because you're so nice and we've been growing. Wanhead Rex says hucking and chucking with Aaron. Chips and Diff says huck it, suck it, dildos. It's not. No. Aaron, you're going to use AI. Have fun building that new computer with these prices. Huh? 2 sticks of RAM cost $900 because of TS, by the way. I don't know what that I'm you got to remember, dude, when you explain shit to me, I'm dumb. Bapa Shab says Aaron was picking them up off the ground and throating them. I watched his live stream. It's 100% real, and it happened. I mean, I am fine with anybody watching the entire stream back and trying to find that moment because the views are monetized, which is nice. Did you guys hear about, I just wanted to go through this real quick. Oh, Fatty Royce Buckle says it's because of, TS, transsexuals. I had no idea. Now I know. Let's get Royce Buckle a membership. What do you say? Okay. Let's do it. Chipotle guy. This is, a lot of people are saying, oh, this is Chipotle turning their backs on their customers and everything else. This is just kind of how fast food and restaurants in general work. You start off by giving people shitloads of food for an affordable amount of money. That business model works. You open up more franchises, you start making shitloads of money, and then slowly you just creep that price up. Slowly you use a little bit less food in your products, and that profit margin just sneaks up there. And you keep doing that until people start to notice it and then go, hey, what are you doing? And then you drop it by 10 cents and they go, hey, the price of burritos went down. No, they didn't. It's Patrice O'Neal used to call it the sneaker game. You know, sneakers cost $100. And then they go up to $200. You go, oh my God, why are my sneakers costing $200? And they went, all right, fine. $175. Oh, thank God the price of sneakers went down $25. No, they didn't. They just jacked you for $75. So the Chipotle CEO said the quiet part out loud, and somebody leaked the audio, as they tend to do. This is what he had to say. And people are mad at Chipotle about this one, but I'm pretty sure this conversation has taken place in every restaurant, fast food, casual dining, or other at some point.
We learned that 60% of our core users are over $100,000 a year in income, in average household income. That gives us confidence that we can lean into that group in a more meaningful way, whether it's the solo occasion and or group occasions, to really drive meaningful transaction performance in the year.
Now, meaningful transaction performance is a not shitbag way of saying bilk these people for all they're worth. There's a business way of saying that. There's, you can say, all right, it turns out that 60% of the people who come to Chipotle, turns out 60% of them make over $100,000 a year. We can reach into their fucking pockets and fleece them. Now, you say that, people are going to feel duped, and they're going to not go to your restaurant anymore. But if you say to people, hey, we can receive more transactional value performance out of that group, well, that's at least giving you a reach around during penetration. And again, I don't think that's any different than how restaurants have done business forever. You just heard a guy say it to you. You just heard a guy say it openly, is all. Thank you to Abel Graham for gifting a membership on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that so much. You guys are 54 memberships away from 500. Los Federales with $1 says, found this fella. He should become our WPH ambassador. Just look at all the song titles. Oh, no. Dan Vicious with $5 says, give this to Johnny for his new rollerblades. But Johnny doesn't have... but he ain't got no legs. Oh, I know that. You wrote me a letter, you idiot. All right, thank you guys very much for that. Let's, what did Los Federales send us? Ragtime Kylan says I should check out the songs that he's got. Oh, my God. So wait a minute. You want to use these as our rally songs today? I don't know if we should be using this.
I went to the ball with Angeline. She wore a dress of gingham green.
All right, so far, this is actually a very lovely song. I'm sorry I judged you.
We danced till the morning lights were seen way down in Hyers Hall.
Okay, so far, this is just a nice old-timey, like old taverny song. Cool.
There was Susie Sims and George and Pete and all the boys from Wooster Street. Hey. And Martha Jane, she looked so sweet at a gay old nigger ball.
Oh, so we're all right. So then okay, that takes a turn. How about that we were so racist back then that wasn't a controversial line in the song? Like you could just go, we're all having a great time, all our friends, we're having fun, we're dancing, we're partying, and N-word, boom. And it's not like a big hit. It's just everyone goes, yeah, that sounds like a great time. And it's gay too.
Oh, golly, what's a high old time and such a noise with all the boys. Oh, golly, what's a high old time at a gay old nigger boy.
See, he must mean it like in a different. I don't think he means it the way you guys think he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. So, what are some of his other stuff? They said, Aaron, you got to check out some of his other songs. Let's see. Oh, okay. That one. I'm starting to see a theme with these songs. Never Trust with a Gun from 1886. Toe Rag. Oh, Toe Rag, though. Like, that could be for us because we're steel toe. That. Get your Rick and Morty pajama pants off the screen, please. See, this is fun and snappy. I dance to this with my pals. We'd have a gay old time to this, right? Hey! Okay, we might be safe on this one. There's no words to it. Skip ahead just a little. Oh, good. There's no words. Okay, good. It's just got a really racist name. I mean, think what you want about the titles. He didn't write the songs, and he can play a mean piano. What else does he have? I'm the father of a little... Okay. That one's a lot, too. We'll pick one of these for today. T-Baby with $1 says, in a world full of baby blood drinkers, at least I have you, Toe. Hey, if you need something to get away from the baby blood drinkers, I'm your Huckleberry, my man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Go away becoming a member for 45 months, you glutton for punishment. Says, you think that's bad? Check out the original title of the greatest selling mystery book of all time, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None. Well, let's take a look. Original title of Agatha Christie, And Then There Were None. 1939, originally published in the UK under the title 10 Little... Oh, my God! That's not okay.
Oh, no! Oh, jeez!
That's black. Okay. And Then There Were None. It was later changed for U.S. publication. Oh, thank God. They realized that 10 Little Ends was a terrible name for a book, so they changed it for U.S. publication. That's so good. To 10 Little Indians. Okay, that's somebody's got to tell them that's not that much better. At least they didn't say Redskins. They did change it to And Then There Were None, which kind of obfuscates the original title. And 10 Little Negroes. Oh, well, that's, for the 30s, that's kind of progressive, right? 99-cent gutter vodka just wrote the title in all caps. Hey, 99-cent gutter vodka, do me a favor. When you see us slow rolling a topic and you're seeing us kind of slowly build to it so we can feign shock and surprise, maybe when we're going subtle, we don't need to smash the bit over the head with a sledgehammer. Rusty Grammar becoming a member for 45 months says, insert message here. Well, it's better than the last one we got. Guys, keep chipping in. We appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, you guys are a fun one today. You know, sometimes people tell me, they say, Aaron, when you do solo shows, you spend more time with us in the chat and we have more fun. Well, I tell you what, you support this show the way you support this show. I'll be in that goddamn chat all day with you. I appreciate it. In Israel, oh yeah, the Biolab in Vegas thing. Prayer by 12 sent this to me. We learned this on Friday. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but remember that Biolab in Vegas that the Chinese were running? There was a Chinese guy, and they had like Ebola in there and AIDS and tuberculosis and all kinds of shit, malaria, deadly forms of malaria. You're not going to believe this, Papa Shab, but the guy who owned the house is an Israeli man named Ori Solomon. Again, proving that I don't go searching this shit out. It's just the way it was. An Israeli citizen owned the illegal biolab in Las Vegas. It's just, even when I don't even suspect them of being part of the story, they find their way in there. Mad Move says every fucking period time period. Sam Show says Oz is fine too because there's some actual back and forth. Just get rid of the cripple. Yeah, you don't like Johnny. Well, you know, guys, I always say vote with your money. I always listen. Okay, we got not Christy Nome. I've been to too many of these protests. Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul, you know, I've always had this problem. Explosive diarrhea. Thank you. Much better now. I've always had this problem with politicians who want to talk about guns and gun control and all of this other stuff when they clearly have no idea. They don't know anything about guns. They've never owned a gun, nothing. But they are obsessed with regulating them and legislating them. And you would think, like, let's take something I don't know much about. Dieting. All right? I'm not going to be part of the Maha movement like Robert F. Kennedy telling you what oils to make your food in and beef tallow and all this shit. By the way, silly little story here from this weekend. So I'm one of those terrible human beings, one of those big retards who will periodically, after I make bacon for the kids, I'll turn on the hot water, I'll pour it, I'll run the hot water down the drain, and I'll pour the bacon grease down there I'm one of those assholes. So this time, this weekend when I made the bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, I poured the bacon grease in the little Pyrex bowl, and I sat it there to be thrown away later. And I read somewhere that people keep the bacon grease and they cook with it. Like they cook with the bacon grease later. They take a little bit of it, put it in the pan, cook something in there later, like tallow or whatever they're saying. And I thought about doing that. I was like, oh, is that really something people do? And I read up more on it, and they did. And my ex-wife, the mother of my children, she is, and I don't think she would mind me saying this at all, she is one of the cheapest people I've ever met. She is the most penny-pinching, skinflint person at like to aggressive degrees. She rips her pieces of gum in half to save money. I mean, I can't do it. It might be jealousy. I don't know. But either way, my kids go, oh, yeah, Dad, Mom does that. And I'm like, Mom does that to save money. And I go, all right, I'm throwing the bacon grease away. I can't do it. I can't go that far. No, thank you. I thought about it. So if anyone does it, please let me know. So I would like to know if it's something worth doing or if it's a little psychotic. Goat Choker says it's good. I can't believe you just pour grease down your pipes. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Papa Shab says Canyon has a jar of bacon grease for lube. Blech. Blech. Cleaner says, so your ex is Jewish. Gotcha. Healthier than vegetable oil, says Redman. Is it healthier than my extra virgin olive oil? By the way, yes, I'm one of those fucking cunts who buys that shit instead of regular olive oil because I've been convinced by the marketing that it's somehow better. I'm a douche. Colts Walker says cooking with lard is not nearly as harmful as cooking with shortening or artificial butter, which is all trans fat. Reformed Rapscallion, I pour hot bacon grease out the window. I pour it on neighborhood children when they violate my property rights. Put it on Gordy's food. Ugh. Do you think Gordy would eat it if I put the thing of bacon grease in? I would never do that to poor Gordy. Bird Collector says, yes, do it. Abel Graham says, I keep a jar of bacon grease so I can piss in Johnny's right. Jesus Christ. Save the grease, keep it in the fridge. It's definitely worth doing. I do it all the time, says Approachable. I'll even save and render down my own beef and pork fat for grilling. God damn. I use it to season my cast iron. Everybody's using it. I got an audience full of steel toe people that use the bacon grease. Now, multiple people have now said you could pour the bacon grease on your dog's kibble. So this is a thing. I cook in bacon grease. I stopped buying vegetable oil in Crisco 30 years ago. Yes, but would RFK Jr. be happy? Like if he came over to my house, would he go, I'm so happy that you've decided to start cooking your food in bacon grease, and you've decided that what we're going to do is continue to cook this way because it's much better than things like vegetable oil or the fake butter that you might want to use. All of these things are very detrimental to your health, and if we can get America drizzling bacon grease on their dog's food and then cooking their own meals in it, I think that would be much better for the overall health of the nation. Because that's all I want. I just want an attaboy from RFK Jr. That's all. Silver Wolf with $1 says, we shop at the same stores. Bold of you to assume it's still virgin when I'm done shopping. Oh, stop fucking the olive oil. Your dog will love that shit? Wow. So I'm supposed to... wow, apparently I've been wasting bacon grease my entire life. I'm a giant piece of shit. All right. I have a PayPal notification here, but I don't want to scroll down and accept it because I don't want to know how little it is. Like, it could be massive. It could be a huge one. But I don't want to I don't want to take a look because it could be $1. It could be 100. It could be something in between. Like, you know what? Let's end the suspense. Yep, it's $1 from Piggies Aren't Halal. There we go. Piggies Aren't Halal says Minnesota governor's race gets smaller. Sedative Scott Jensen is running for auditor instead, and Jeff Johnson's daughter was murdered over the weekend. Oh, my God. That's terrible. Holy fuck. That's awful news. Jeff Johnson daughter. I don't see anything. Jeff Johnson daughter, Minnesota. Hearts and prayers go out to Governor. 15 hours ago. After the loss of their daughter, our hearts go out to Jeff Johnson. Wow. That's really too. I don't see too much about it, though. Former St. Cloud City Council member, gubernatorial candidate. This isn't about his daughter, though. Holy shit, that's awful. That's real. Well, that was kind of a mood killer. All right. $2 from Sergeant Hulka says, look at bacon up Google image. Look at bacon up. Bacon up? Oh, that's a real thing. Holy shit, I thought it was a misprint. Bacon up, bacon grease, rendered bacon fat, next level flavor. Well, shit. For frying, cooking, or baking. Here's a Down syndrome guy holding some bacon up. He's smarter than I am. Wally World with $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, I save bacon grease and freeze it. I gave it to my dog, too. He's dead now. Oh. So maybe not the dog part. maybe we don't do the dog part. Carlos Cameo says, I guess now it's bacon down. That's not okay. That's not bacon down. We get the joke. Like, it's bacon up, bacon down. I mean, are you proud of yourself? Oh, yeah, that's what it looks like. All right. Well, sorry, guys. I guess I've been missing out. Not cooking with bacon grease this whole time. You guys are doing fantastic. Keep it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I appreciate it. Keep doing what Wally World did there. I think we should have ourselves a nice little day today. So, Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, was talking about guns this weekend, and she really shouldn't. And she shouldn't be making rules about guns. And I think there should be, like, even if you're elected to office, I feel like you should have to take some kind of firearm aptitude test before you start proposing legislation that infringes upon people's Second Amendment rights. And look, if you want to expand carry and shit like that, I think you should still, like, no matter what side of the issue you're on, you should have to take a basic competency test about firearms if you're going to propose laws that affect people's firearm rights. This is Kathy Hochul talking about one of the handguns, that New York legislation that she helped champion, one of the guns that it got off the streets. You guys are going to be so proud of her for this.
You'll no longer sell handguns that can be converted into semi-automatic machines able to fire 1,200 rounds a minute.
Well, I mean, that's fantastic. I certainly would hate to have a handgun that fires 1,200 rounds per minute. That would be very dangerous. I mean, people could spray and pray and wipe out numerous schools in 60 seconds time. That's crazy, 1,200 rounds per minute. Now, I do have very good news for people who are both pro and anti-gun control. Kathy Hochul did not need to make a law to get handguns off the street that fire 1,200 rounds per minute. In fact, I looked up the numbers. Do you know how many handguns fire 1,200 rounds per minute? Regardless of legislation, the answer would be fucking zero. That's an insane number. Good. So no, Kathy, we don't have to worry about handguns that fire 1,200 rounds per minute, not because of your legislation, but because we're not playing Halo. Let's continue.
You'll no longer sell handguns that can be converted into semi-automatic machines able to.
I love that in like an error message sound effect. That's not my computer, by the way. Like an error message popped up as she was talking about this.
able to fire 1,200 rounds a minute. Not here, not in New York.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
I don't think that was needed at the end. That just seems mildly like bullying. But there you go. Congratulations, guys. By the way, someone writing in saying, obviously she's referring to the handheld A10 Warthog. I didn't know about these handguns that are firing 1,200 rounds per minute, but apparently they're very dangerous. They've been a real thorn in the side of the NYPD and New York politicians for a long time. I want to be the first person who's not a Democrat to stand up and congratulate Kathy Hochul to be the governor that kept 1,200 round per minute handguns off the street. And by the way, this alone should disqualify her from ever legislating handguns again. But also, how about the line that she's like, they can't be converted into semi-automatic machines? Well, that's true. They can't, because a handgun is already a semi-automatic machine. It's already, it can't be converted into that unless it's a revolver. Well, even revolvers. I mean, unless it's bolt action. Yeah, it's not. It's going to be semi-automatic, Kathy. Just one pull, one round. But hey, at least the next one won't be firing 1,200 rounds per minute. I mean, these gun people are insane, and I'm glad Kathy Hochul's there to kind of tard wrangle them, if I'm being honest. Fucking hell. She actually, by the way, she thinks that she did that. She does believe that she's accomplished that. Me So Horny says, my squirt gun shoots 1,200 rounds per minute. Well, and we need to get that off the street because you're going to put an eye out with that thing. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, you need this. Oh, God. Mini bacon grease container with strainer. 15-ounce enamel grease saver, farmhouse bacon grease keeper for kitchen fat storage. What do you want me to do? And then I drink out of it? So this thing just saves you bacon grease. And it strains out all the little bacon chunks. Look at that. It's straining out the bacon chunks. Thank you guys for thinking of me. I do appreciate it. Wally World with $10 says, my dog lived to the ripe old age of 16, so maybe that was the bacon grease. Bacon down, bacon up. 6-7. Thank you very much, Wally World, for that $10 contribution. I appreciate it. Guys, keep going. I think we've got ourselves a chance at a nice start to the week here. Now, I do have another PayPal notification. Everybody start taking bets. Is this one of the big ones? Or do I have $1 waiting for me again? Here we go. Ready? 1, 2. Oh, $10 from Nicholas, my golfing buddy. Here I was going to be kind of silly about it. And there's Nicholas with $10. Hey, not too many more of you doing that, and we've got ourselves a perfect start to the week. Thank you. C. Wordus on YouTube says 1,200 rounds per minute. How fucking quick is your trigger finger? Well, it's Celsius. You know, you're just twitching already as it is. So you're just firing off. Electric Shoes says, wow, Aaron finding out that you're supposed to keep bacon grease for cooking. Only like 200 years late. Hey, you know what my dad always says? Aaron, you fucking retard. No, it was better late than never is what he said. Buttshine says that's 20 rounds a second. A Glock with switch can do that. She just extrapolated to 60 seconds. Well, I don't know. Are people firing? I mean, just the reload time, I don't think is going to allow you those 1,200 rounds per minute. All right, let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. And while we do that, you guys continue to hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate it. You guys are doing great today. A few more memberships, a few more Rumble Rants, YouTube, Super Chat, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Venmo, all that shit. And I think we can call today another win for the toe with very minimal soliciting. So thank you guys for just being supportive on your own accord. All right, the next story we're going to do is definitely one where you guys are. You know what? I'm going to trust that as we do this story, you guys will not turn this into like an, oh, look, it's Aaron, or, oh, it's Aaron's favorite event kind of a thing. I feel like you guys are going to watch this story. You're going to be respectful, and we're going to be able to have a good laugh together. Now, some would say, Aaron, you're fucking delusional. I don't think so. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one with me. It's about a charitable event that involves one of America's favorite things and one of its least favorite things, overeating and exercising. So at least they're burning it off. Let's take a look.
A dozen donuts, 5 miles, and priceless memories.
For the plot, 100%.
Some a little more skeptical.
I got pulled out of bed like literally 30 minutes ago.
Others just hoping for the best.
A lot of cold people and good vibes, hopefully.
For the kids, Zoe. I'm happy the kids got my money, but I'm not happy about that.
And as they got ready to run the 2.5 miles from the Memorial Bell Tower to the Krispy Kreme at Peace and Person Streets.
Casual to the right, challenger to the left.
It's the second part of the race that's a challenge. Downing a whole dozen donuts gets tough.
So you run a 5K from one spot to a Krispy Kreme. You get a dozen donuts and you have to eat them all. So you haven't won the race until you've gorged yourself on Krispy Kreme. I'm going to say this is one race I might be able to win just because of the proper motivation. I think I might be able to do this one. And also, why are we interviewing her? She's all bundled up in a jacket. She ain't running. And by the way, the people who aren't running, they better not be getting donuts. This is only for the 5K runners. Also, running a 5K and then eating a dozen Krispy Kreme, that is also my fitness regimen every day. So there's Hey, baby, I got great news. I ran 3 or 4 full court basketball games today and got a good chunk of time in the weight room. Oh, yeah? What'd you do after that? A quarter pounder with a medium fry and a Coke. I can't understand why my weight has stayed exactly the same for years. I really can't quite nail it down.
Things are far too delicious to be treated like this.
Well, it's not fun on the way back, that's for sure. It's
That was all the protesters at Whipple on Saturday with their dildos. Yeah! I'm in my element.
Donuts in the stomach that don't want to stay down there.
One veteran's strategy?
Drink water while you're eating the donuts, that's for sure.
Others just along.
Fucking sprinter puke all over the road. You're driving, your tires are going to be caked in it. Just people shoving 12 donuts down after run.
For moral support and maybe a little gastronomic rescue.
We're just going to be keeping an eye on him just in case I need to run out there and resuscitate or pump his stomach or anything. We're here for support.
But one by one, dodging cold.
Hey, that's fucking littering. Arrest that guy. By the way, one donut, 190 calories. So what are we're doing almost 2,400 calories in Krispy Kreme after a 5K. Whew. I think we're more than neutralizing the effects of the 5K.
And a queasy stomach to enjoy a sweet win at the finish line.
It's me, diabetes.
Yeah. And in the end, worth it not just for the plot, but to support the UNC Children's Hospital.
If you get the shirt at the end, then I think it's all worth it.
What's the point of helping out the Children's Hospital if you're all just going to end up laid up in the hospital with diabetes after? Also, a 5K, so you're already tired. Then you do the 12 Krispy Kreme after. So you're just going to have a bunch of people sunning themselves, laying in the street, digesting like a boa constrictor that just ate a deer. It is always weird to me, like the weird, let's eat a bunch of weird, fucked up foods for the Children's Hospital. It's like, can't you just help out the Children's Hospital? Like, hey, you want to run a 5K and then do some kind of weird human trick afterwards? It's to benefit the Children's Hospital. Well, do I have a choice to just help out the Children's Hospital? Come on. What fun is that? Well, I mean, I don't have to eat 2,400 calories and throw off my glucose for 2 weeks. That's number one. So you don't care about children? Can I just give you a 20? If you want to be no fun, I guess I'm no fun then. Supporting the Children's Hospital. That is a very American thing. Hey, support a healthcare facility. How should we do that? Overeat and overindulge on sugar. I mean, how is that really? Shut up and do it. It's for the kids. All right. Fair enough. Potentially Criminal says, when you were talking about salty dildos, I thought you were talking about Hackverse fans. Hey-oh! They don't like that. You know, the weirdest thing about those types is that they should know that they're humiliating, awful people to be. And when you point it out to them, they get really mad and they like hope for your death for 3 years and watch you endlessly. And it's like, I'm sorry. If I would have known I was the first person who said that you're clinically depressed and coping with it through the internet and Reddit forums, I wouldn't have said it to you. I thought you knew. I thought I was stating the obvious. Now I feel terrible, but I've already set it in motion. God damn it. Speaking of potentially criminal Sean, here's a fat guy. No, it's a Tim Dillon clip. That's mean. Potentially criminal Sean is always nice enough. And then I make a fat joke. I don't care if he says, "Oh, that's all right," because I make fat jokes too. I don't know. You come in, you make a nice joke about terminally online crisis people. I should be kind to you. $2 from Joey Caravello says, Aaron, would you make out with Jesse Lee Peterson? I feel like if I was around Jesse Lee Peterson, I wouldn't have a choice. It wouldn't be up to me. I'm going to kiss you on the mouth. Would it be all right? What do you think is wrong with black people? And if you get it wrong, I'm going to make out with you and with tongue, if that's all right. That's okay, Jesse. I really would rather not stereotype all black people. I'd also rather not make out with you. Beta! You're a beta male. Why am I a beta male? You won't suck on my tongue. If I don't suck on your tongue, I'm a beta male? Yeah. And after that, you gotta rim job me. I don't want to rim job you. Beta. Baby beta. $1 from Veldrain says, does it really count, though? Krispy Kreme donuts are mainly air. No, they're not. That's how you become 300 pounds, by the way. You become a morbidly obese person by going, I mean, Krispy Kreme, aren't they mostly air? I mean, if by that you mean dough and lard and sugar and fat, then yes, they're mostly air. But otherwise, no. They're horrible. You saw the thing. It's 190 calories a donut, and you've seen how small those donuts are. Why am I trying? Why am I even trying? I'm trying to help you, trying to save you. Thank you guys very much. Keep her going. I appreciate it. Baba Shab says, Jesse Lee Peterson knew you were bitch made. Oh, he's giving me the punk test on eating his ass. Well, I mean, if only I'd have known. Oh, did you guys, before we get to the Tim Dillon thing, which might be our last thing today, did you guys see that the meth head bone smasher guy, Clavicular, got arrested? I didn't know he wasn't 21 yet. So he was in a club with a fake ID, and they arrested him and charged him with 2 felonies. He's clearly not mogging the deputy in this mugshot. By the way, if I may, I know I have 2 or 3 mugshots, but I think my smiling face, my Cupid boy face, I think I mog Clavicular's mugshot. Thank you very much. I'm beating Clav in the mugshot game, if I do say so myself. But yeah, he got arrested for the counts were, I think we've got it. Here we are. It's not as bad as being a methamphetamine prostitute that abandons your children, but it's 1 misdemeanor count of liquor, minor false ID to enter. So then after that, they got him for dangerous drug possession and forgery possession of a forged instrument. So the dangerous drug possession might be his meth. He might be able to argue that's his medicine. That's how he said that's how he gets his cheeks to look good, is by doing meth. And then what's the other stuff he's done? He was it steroids that he wrecked his balls and dick with? Like his dick doesn't work now, and to cope with that, he says, "Oh, well, you're supposed to take Cialis medically because it's good for your heart and shit." It's like, no, your dick doesn't work, and you want to be around girls all the time to make these guys on Kick. And by the way, you're on Kick. None of the guys watching Kick are interested in of-age girls. You don't know, Clav? So Clavicular got arrested. Look, depending on how much meth or whatever he had on him, I don't know if those fourth-degree felonies are going to hold up. If only we had a lawyer in our YouTube chat. But the misdemeanor false ID, he's saying that it's like political. First of all, nobody thinks of you as like a conservative firebrand. We all think of you as a dead-dicked retard. So nobody's sitting here going, oh, Clavicular. Oh, you know what? Overcharge him because that guy, he's going to he's going to take the whole political conversation in this country and turn it on its head. And then take that head and smash it with a rubber sledgehammer and break its facial bones. By the way, SP and I were watching a movie yesterday after the Super Bowl. It was called like How to Make an Incel or something. It was like a Lifetime movie. And this kid, he keeps getting rejected by women in school. And so this guy he plays video games with starts calling him a beta and all this shit. And he's like, you need to go on this Reddit forum. Bitches ain't shit. It's like a cartoon of what like becoming an incel is. It's not that inaccurate, but it's very heavy-handed. And at one point in the show, he puts down his weights. He puts down his Vaseline that he was putting on his face to keep his skin soft. And he picks up a hammer. And he takes the hammer like this. And he goes, whoosh. And then the camera cuts to black. And he shows up in front of his mom and his sister that morning before school with a giant bruise on the side of his face. So, like, Clavicular is, like, entering the Lifetime lexicon now. The guy's bone smashing and looks maxing and the whole deal. I'm starting to think that maybe the movie was mild political propaganda. But, yes, Clavicular was arrested. Forgery, dangerous drug possession and use, and minor false ID to enter. I didn't even know the guy was under 21. So, it's kind of impressive. I mean, this guy has completely fucked up his brain and body before he's even old enough to drink. Kind of impressive. Beldrain with $1 says the club was tipped off that the ID was fake because it had the name McLovin on it. No last name. Oh, Clav. You tried to go as McLovin? That's never going to work. Oh, damn it. Fatty Roycebuckle says, get high on meth, then floss and hammer. It's not exactly what Hulk Hogan had in mind when he said, take your prayers, say your vitamins. I think he meant something else when he said that. Well, you know something, Clav, dude. You've changed my mind, man. And now, what I want to tell all the little Hulkamaniacs out there, take your meth, smash your face bones, and take a bunch of boner pills, brother. That's the new Hulk Hogan promo that would work for Gen Alpha kids, I suppose. All right, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it. Let's get after it and push that last little chunk home. But I'm not the last little chunk. That's not what we meant. All right. Like, subscribe, follow, donate. Let's get to Tim Dillon talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is fantastic. It's even better, this next clip, when you realize that this is another thing that got Jeremy from the Quartering going over the weekend. He said, Tim Dillon has fallen off. This is why Tim Dillon is experiencing his downfall, and it should be studied. This is like one of the biggest copes on the internet. I've been hearing it from the Dabbleverse people for 2 years. They're like, no, we're studying your downfall, that's all. I'm like, then why is my viewership higher than it's ever been? This is a weird downfall I'm having. I don't really understand how the downfall's happening. But usually when you're owning people and they're getting frustrated, they'll say, oh, it's his downfall. It needs to be studied. Notice all these people who like A-log people, they get stuck in this rut at some point where they go, he's going to fail. He's going to fall apart. And then it doesn't happen. And then they have to cope and go, we never said that he was going to fail and fall apart. We're just watching. Well, then you're just a fan. So Jeremy from the Quartering was saying that Tim Dillon is falling off and his downfall should be studied. Why? Well, it's because Tim Dillon was calling out the Luciferian monsters that secretly run our government, thanks to the Epstein files. And Jeremy has been running cover for all of the Zionists in the Epstein files since the day they came out. This is Tim Dillon's rant on the Epstein files, and it's a very good one.
What is the religious angle here? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked. Because
I think he's an atheist.
When you listen to Jeffrey Epstein talk, he's talking about transhumanism. He wants to seed the world with his seed. He obviously doesn't believe in the concept of the soul. He doesn't believe in anything like that.
In fairness, Tim, if you were Jeffrey Epstein, would you believe in a soul? Or like a God that watches you and follows your every move and will judge you when you die? I mean, that's just self-preservation. He can't believe in a soul. And also, maybe for members only on Thursday, we should watch that Epstein-Steve Bannon interview. That is some satanic shit.
That he believes that you can sculpt humanity. There was a lot of transgender talk. And again, I've obviously no problem with legitimate trans people, of which there are not as many as you'd think if you went through a college campus, like actual trans people. But Jeffrey Epstein clearly liked the idea that gender is very malleable and that you could, and lots of things in life are malleable.
Imagine that. The Mossad agent sent here to manipulate and blackmail the United States believes in every cultural touchstone that's been used to distract and divide us for the last 25 years. I can't believe that he just checks all those boxes all the way down. I must be the crazy one.
And he wanted clearly to build another body, and he was obsessed with scientists, and he probably wanted to upload his consciousness, and
which explains why he had such a good relationship with Peter Thiel. I mean, you want to look into what Peter Thiel believes that he can do with AI and transhumanism and stuff like that. That guy's a problem. Like, Peter Thiel needs to be ostracized from society. He needs to not be paid attention to at all. He's a dangerous man.
He was a transhumanist, not that different from things that, Elon Musk and people like that have said. It's humanity's destiny to merge with artificial intelligence, and we can engage in some type of eugenics. This was all Epstein stuff. He had all these creepy scientists
Devil
on the island. They were doing all this fucked up shit. And he was also engaging in these conversations. So Jeffrey Epstein clearly believed that humanity was a scientific endeavor. And I want to bring up Luciferianism, please.
That's always
Luciferianism.
You always know your country's in trouble when in order to talk about the problems it's having, you have to go, hey, could you pull up Luciferianism? We got to diagnose our country's problems. And, oh, shit, we may have been going the wrong way for a while. It's like when you Google Maps the address you're heading to because you think you're going the wrong way. And now you realize you have to U-turn and head back about 25 minutes. Like, we were way off.
Bring up the definition of Luciferianism. Let's bring up Luciferianism. It is a philosophy or belief system that views Lucifer not as a devil, but as a symbol of enlightenment, independence, and pursuit of knowledge. Folks, we're getting somewhere. Folks, I think we're getting somewhere. It emphasizes individual responsibility, critical thinking, the balance of light and dark, often drawing from Gnosticism or occult traditions.
Yes.
Unlike Satanism, which may focus...
Our elitists are occultist Satanists who are blackmailing our leaders so they can bring about the brave new world that they want. And you are all useless pawns who are here to argue about Super Bowl halftime shows.
On indulgence or rebellion, Luciferianism focuses on self-deification. I am God.
Oh, boy.
Wisdom and personal growth. Jeffrey Epstein and many in the ruling class are Luciferians. They believe, whether it's aesthetic or not, they believe all of these things to be true. They don't believe there's any moral code outside what they can get away with.
I mean, look at this stuff on Epstein Islands, the temples and the sundials with the symbols on them. And it's very occultish. It's very Satanist. It's very Wicker Man-esque, if you will. You look at the Bohemian Grove and the giant effigies that they burn in Bohemian Grove, like all of this stuff, all of these rituals of Skull and Bones and Bohemian Grove and all this stuff needs to come to the light because these are the people who run the country behind the scenes. And again, they are all Luciferians. They're Satanists.
They believe that they are deities and gods and that they should be able to upload their consciousness and potentially live forever, and that you are biological waste that they should be able to fuck and throw in an ocean for sharks. This is true.
I mean, it does fit what we've heard about the Epstein files. When the puzzle pieces keep falling into place, you can't keep saying the picture ain't clear.
It's absolutely true. Now, they might not say it. They might not go, I'm a Luciferian. Now, some of them will. But they're obsessed with Moloch, who's the god of child sacrifice. They're obsessed with Baal and all these things. They're obsessed with demonology. They're obsessed with this idea of becoming their own god.
And again, like, boomers, their media does not tell them any of this, does not cover any of this. So you are punished in this society for reading deeper and looking deeper and investigating and finding out what's going on. You will be punished for it. And the punishment will be everyone around you will think you're insane. So you have to choose. Do I go along and get along and just argue about the Super Bowl halftime shows? Or do I dig into this shit, tell people about it at the risk of losing people because I will look crazy? Quit trying to find a way to say this stuff without looking nuts. You know, people are like, oh, maybe if Tim Dillon took out those creepy glasses, I could take him more seriously. No, you wouldn't, because he's talking about Moloch and baby sacrifice and Satanism. And nobody with any quote-unquote credibility in mainstream media is going to talk about any of this. But that doesn't make it not true. You're just going to sound nuts.
Obsessed with child sacrifice. They're obsessed with engineering humanity through things like eugenics. Hitler was an occultist. A lot of people around him were occultists.
By the way, totally fine to say that. They'll make documentaries about it, Hitler and the occult, and write books about it and everything else. But we pretend that we're somehow not susceptible to being run by those people.
A lot of people in Los Angeles are occultists at much higher levels of the business, you know, that you hear about. You go back to the 60s. They made a lot of great music, whatever. But there was a fair amount of occultism then. More cults come out of, Northern California. More retards come out of Southern California. I always mix that up. More cults come out of Northern California. A lot of those occultists were involved in the United States military. Michael Aquino. This is all very obvious. We were on this shit years ago.
I mean, think about it. If you're a Luciferian and your whole thing is striving towards humans becoming God and humans continuing to elevate and all this stuff, you're going to be very motivated to ascend to higher ranks of government, maybe more so than someone who just wants to be left alone and live and let live and raise a family. So it does make sense that these people rise through the ranks. They're very ambitious people. But it's something you can't ignore anymore. And you know what? It's amazing because once you can get enough people to acknowledge it, the solution becomes a little easier. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it does become easier when at least we can all agree on what the enemy is. Space Cowboy with $2 says, what email do you want Slop AI rally song sent to? Oh my God, I love... Here, I'll write it in the chat. I didn't know you had one. AaronImholtradio@gmail.com. There you go. I was going to write my own, and I still will. AI slop rally songs. Appreciated. Veldrain with $1 says non-legitimate trans is where Aaron throws on a wig, changes the pronouns, and points at the tits if misgendered. Main Vein with $10 says great show today. Wow, thank you. A few more of those 10s, and we're looking good. Thank you. Appreciate the 10s, the 5s. We can get there from here. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. And again, not a bad start to the week, boys and girls. Not a bad start to the week. Let's just keep that vibe going. Fall, and we'll get there. All right, this is very sad news from the Olympics that start today. Winter Olympics starting today, right after the Super Bowl. I hope they didn't start yesterday. That would be dumb. You'd lose all the oxygen to the Super Bowl. But Lindsey Vonn, who was going to compete with a torn ACL. That's balls, man. I mean, that's just guts. That's champion level shit. Lindsey Vonn, who's no spring chicken anymore, still racing in the Olympics. She has a torn ACL. She crashed in her first race. She's apparently going to keep going at this year's Olympics. I mean, if there's ever been a clearer sign that this is your last Olympics, I mean, going in there on one good knee, crashing and still going after it shows that this is it.
U.S. ski star Lindsey Vonn has crashed in her first race of the 2026 Olympics. The 41-year-old was airlifted off the course in Italy just a few minutes ago in what is described as a tragic and gut-wrenching fall. This is likely to take her out indefinitely. Vonn had been vying to compete despite suffering what many thought would be a major setback less than 2 weeks ago when she ruptured her ACL in a different crash during her final competition before the Olympics. The two-time gold medalist did successfully test the course during training yesterday, but unfortunately crashed out during this morning's medal race.
Yeah.
We'll bring you the latest on her status.
So she's probably done.
Learn more.
So she's probably done, but like again, she's going in there with a ruptured ACL and still going after. I mean, I don't think you're going to win a medal at 45. So I think this has got to be her last time. Oldest skier to win a medal. French alpine skier Johan Clary is the oldest person to win an Olympic medal in alpine skiing, securing silver in the men's downhill in 2022 at age 41 and 30 days. He surpassed Bodie Miller, who was 36 when he medaled in 2014. And Lindsey Vonn was trying to do it and break that record because she's over 41 and 30 days. So it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I mean, shit, it's a young man's game, man. What do you do? It's a young man's game. Veldrain with $1 says some Jews have all the luck. Some Jews have all the pain. Some Jews have all the breaks. Some Jews do nothing but complain. Thank you for the $1. Veldrain, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, pal. Here, done better, done worse. This one is okay. All right. I'm going to screen this one for tonight. We're going to come up with the AI song tonight. I'm going to screen that one, David. Thank you very much for contributing to the program. That means a ton. Well, you want to get this thing done? You want to see if we can do this thing? All right. We are an even 100 away from today. Now, this is like right on the borderline. We are right on the borderline for comfort for today. We got about 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to do the train first, and then we're going to run one of these, what's the guy's name? Kylan. Oh, his name's just Kylan. Ragtime Rev on YouTube because somebody asked today. So we're going to ride the train. We're going to see if we can't make $100 and call it a win for the toe and a perfect start to the week. Thank you guys so much. Get in there with your Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All the links are in the chat. Let's go. Where's my horn? Oh, no, where's my horn? Oh, there it is. It's black. I can't see it. Usually if it's black and goes in my mouth, I can see it. Am I right? All right, $100 away. Let's knock this son of a bitch out and keep our perfect streak going. We had a perfect week last week. Let's keep it going today here on Monday and call it another win for the toe. I mean, look, if you got 50, throw in 50, but I'd like to see this get knocked out $5 and $10 at a time. Chat's about 30 seconds behind. So let's see if we can't get this rally going here in just a couple of seconds. Fire away, everybody. Let's do it. Again, the links are pinned to the top of the page. Let's fire it up. No matter which way you want to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We take it all. All of it. Who's going to start us off? $100 away from a win. No Johnny today. That's whether that's a positive or a negative for you. Your call. Let's see if we can't fire up something good today and knock out that last hundo. You guys have been great. I do appreciate it. Let's hammer this out. MSO says, isn't that Chad's hype train music? Nope, it's been ours forever. It's been ours for... I'm taking it back to try and get this last $100 knocked out today. Let's go, baby. 2 minutes left in the first song, and then we'll do another 3 minutes and see if we can't notch a W. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Oh, here's our first one. It's $1 from... Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's $25 from Walter. Says the piano player is wildly inappropriate. Possible guest for the show. $1 from Timothy says, did you lose a couple of inches off your hairline over the weekend? No. I just did my hair like a retard. Mikey Two Milk's already let me know today. $75 away from today. A couple more drop-ins and we got this thing. $75 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, we got it. Oh, no, I just didn't close them. I was going to say we got another one. I just didn't shut it down. Oh my God. Stop everything. Stop it all. Stop it all. That's it. That's it. Sanford Son with 20 gifted memberships on Rumble. Holy shit.
Say thank you for making it happen.
Oh my God. That's it. And we have $25 into the bank. Thank you guys so much. Unbelievable support for the toe. And Sanford Son coming up big with the 20 gifted memberships. Well, let's go back and do some stories then, huh? I mean, holy shit, Sanford Son giving us a great start to the week. And we are now over for the week as well. We got a little something in the bank. Thank you, buddy. Fuck a duck. Well, thank you very much to Sanford Son and Walter for being some big drops. Main Vein with a 10. Appreciate that. Let's do it. I see most people very happy about this. A couple of seethers in the YouTube chat. And I'm going to pretend I don't enjoy it. I'm going to, oh, guys, come on. Don't say that. That hurts my feelings. Papa Shab simply says, congratulations, fat boy. I appreciate it. I've got something for you for these last couple of minutes. Oh, let's update our membership counter, too. 33 away from 500. Oh, boy, maybe the evening show can get to that 500. Get themselves an extra 30 minutes tonight. Mad Move says, Aaron is always a cockroach. He never dies. They'll learn someday. They'll learn. Thank you, Sanford Son. That was fantastic. And I appreciate it. People enjoying today's show. I've gotten some DMs, some messages. They really, really liked it. The right people are mad about it. It's a happy day. Zoran Mamdani is using Islam to lecture Americans about immigration. Now, as you know, I'm a student of history. We did a great members-only show on YouTube about the Crusades. I highly recommend you go watch it. It's really, really good. But to understand the Crusades, you have to understand the lead-up. And in 600 AD, when Muhammad started spreading the word of Islam, he did it through conquest. He didn't do it through like zoning requirements and elections and things like that. He spread it through the sword, as a lot of religions have done throughout history. Zoran Mamdani, I don't think, really got the memo on how Islam spread. Let's listen to this speech about immigration, where he ties immigration to Islam, which, by the way, will really calm down right-wing people.
Think of the freedom from suffering that Buddhism teaches us is only possible.
Buddhism? Isn't one of your Muslim buddies going to cut your fucking head off for extolling the virtues of Buddhism?
If we remove the three poisons of desire, hatred, and ignorance from our daily lives,
you get Thomas Massie.
We need not accept suffering as unchangeable.
Wow.
We need not treat hatred as the natural state.
This is such a great college sophomore year-end speech.
We have the power to set ourselves free. And I consider my own faith, Islam, a religion built upon a narrative of migration.
Is that what we're calling it now? Ask the Byzantine Empire if they feel like Islam was built on simply migration. North Africa, the Middle East, Spain, southern France, the Balkans. Ask them if they think that Islam was built through migration. Oh, they weren't here one day and they just showed up the other day and just kind of, bought some houses.
The story of the Hijrah.
Yeah, you know what? Israel going into the West Bank and Gaza, that was just migration too.
Reminds us that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a stranger too, who fled Mecca and was welcomed in Medina.
Do you know why he fled Mecca? Because they were kicking him out because he was trying to overthrow the government. So there you go, guys. History.
And I just want to say thank you.
Yes, I do too.
For making it happen. Thank you.
So story time with Zorhan. Islam was spread through, migration. Thank you guys for a great show today. I appreciate it. And all of those donations, all of those gifted memberships, I appreciate it. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be back at 6 o'clock today. Look at you guys ahead for the week. I love you. Talk.